Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jia jia jia. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily, the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil Qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pang! The front door opened, and Miao Huaqing hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huaqing panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His Yuan Qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the Qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huaqing's panicked mood relax. Who are you? Miao Huaqing angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huaqing's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the 2 quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huaqing suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huaqing was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of Yuan Qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huaqing suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huaqing felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huaqing, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huaqing. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huaqing, miao. Turning around, Miao Huaqing jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huaqing's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huaqing's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His Yuan Qi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun, his arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huaqing was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill. Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huaqing's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the soul breaker awl and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huaqing finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huaqing frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huaqing connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huaqing no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huaqing. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huaqing became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huaqing with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huaqing was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huaqing faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huaqing suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huaqing's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huaqings all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the qi transformation stage, Miao Huaqing's helplessness and anger could be seen. But it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huaqing was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart, the Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous, so what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk yuan qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huaqing's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. This kid. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated unyielding will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huaqing. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huaqing spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huaqing was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huaqing looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Who are you? Miao Huaqing, what enmity do you have with me? Miao Huaqing was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But he did not get an answer. Miao Huaqing was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huaqing had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud's sect in his eyes. In an instant, he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then, he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huaqing's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huaqing vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huaqing's unpreparedness to kill him. The soul breaker all rushed into Miao Huaqing's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huaqing died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huaqing could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon, he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an immortal ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn, Cloud's Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Wuxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huaqing die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Wuxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day, he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of yang inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for yang attribute things, refining them into yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art. Is this news true? Azura Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art. Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect, the Broken Moon transformation art has been found. What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect, go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island, after more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just one day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gu Feng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud Sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud Sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master." The old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion. In a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back," Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her ice heart's secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her ice heart's secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura, her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. "Ah, cough cough." The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, this old master isn't a 3-year-old child, how could young master dismiss me like this? However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then, he picked up Su Yan and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yan was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yan was circulating her ice heart's secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yan gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite piqued. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai and Su Yan fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's Thousand Gold Wine Pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yan simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yan faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yan's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yan had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave Inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yan felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become purer. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yan again, gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes. Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts, again and again, made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings, each could feel the other's thoughts. Right, your speculation came true. Su Yan laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said, "What speculation?" Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. "A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "And the central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone. But after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now, they are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited. What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these three great forces, as well as many other great forces, are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family. Yang Kai's heart moved. What kind of conditions did they offer you? Kai Yang asked. Su Yan was the #1 disciple of the three sects, and she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The three great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yan, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. If they help me break through to the immortal ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder. What a big deal. Yang Kai smiled gently. What are your conditions? Marry them. Sure enough, I won't agree. Su Yan snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these three great forces are all here, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart, but these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yan was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections, with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart's secret art allowed her to not worry about anything, so how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I only belong to you. I'm not worried, Yang Kai grinned. If they can move you, they can use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned. But I'm still very unhappy. Damn, they dare to have ideas about this father's woman. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion and couldn't help being secretly surprised. He found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now, this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yan only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The Black Book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the Black Book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, it was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the Black Book. Unlike before, when the stones sank into the sea, the Black Book actually reacted this time. Ha! Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the Black Book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the Black Book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the Black Book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the Black Book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The Black Book didn't give him anything, but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivators would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless Black Book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless Black Book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different, he had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi in time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only 2 people knew the location of his cave mansion, one was Su Yan, the other was Xia Ningchang. Su Yan had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ningchang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the 2 almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ningchang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her, he was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Yang didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. "How did you know I was back?" Yang Kai tried to divert her attention. "Su Yan told me." Xia Ningchang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known." "I was just about to tell you," Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. "Really?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. "At least you still have a little conscience." Xia Ningchang pouted. "I also brought you a gift." Yang Kai lied through his teeth. "No need." Although she said this, Xia Ningchang clearly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. What gift? She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. So many. Xia Ning Chang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance, she knew the names and grades of these herbs. Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it. Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. He really shouldn't have. I don't need it. Xia Ning Chang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, I'll help you refine them into pills. That's too troublesome. Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? It's not troublesome. Xia Ning Chang chuckled, when I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift. You're not lying to me. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I'm not lying, Xia Ning Chang said angrily. Ahem, I'm not lying either, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. And, you can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills. Xia Ning Chang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ning Chang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ning Chang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ning Chang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, old man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of yang liquid left in the dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while, he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lon Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ning Chang and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some yang liquid. With enough yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ning Chang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade, their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sept, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yan. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. Chapter 205. Currently, there were 3 forces in High Heaven Pavilion. One was the Dong family, the second was the Bai family, and the third was the Purple Fern Valley. None of them were easy to provoke. These forces were second only to the central capital's 8 great families. These forces may be able to intimidate others, but they definitely couldn't intimidate Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai had also inquired a lot of information from Xia Ningqiang, so he naturally had a plan in mind. Walking through High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to greet Meng Wuya. When he saw Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face suddenly became sullen, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million silvers. Old man Meng finally understood why his precious disciple had swept away his previous gloomy and unhappy mood, appearing and disappearing like a ghost every day. It turned out, this little brat had already returned. Needless to say, his precious disciple must have met with him long ago, otherwise how could he have changed so much? If it was a blessing, then it was a disaster. If it was a disaster, then it couldn't be avoided. He just didn't know if his precious disciple would be able to safely survive this disaster. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. His face was perfunctory and casual, without the slightest trace of joy. While speaking, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense swept over Yang Kai and he was shocked. You've already broken through to the reunion separation stage. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost bit his tongue. How long had it been? Calculating the time, it had only been half a year since he left High Heaven Pavilion. Half a year ago. He had only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, but now he had already broken through to the reunion separation stage. This speed of improvement was too fast, simply unimaginable. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai as if he had discovered a treasure. It's just a matter of practice, Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was silent for a long time, thinking that if this little brat continued to break through at this speed, perhaps he really would be able to leave this small world and be worthy of his precious disciple. Meng Wuya's brow wrinkled. Meng Wuya continued, you came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. I'm looking for that skill, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. It's the skill you use to severely injure the rank 6 monster beast in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many people are interested in this. Yang Kai chuckled. If they want it, I'll sell it to them at a price that will tempt me. Star mark. The power was enormous, but it was a one-time deal. Gathering Yuan Qi was very taxing, and after using it, if one's physical body was not strong enough, they would only be at a disadvantage. If those people really offered a price that could move Yang Kai's heart, everyone could sit down and discuss. In any case, you have to be careful. Kid, don't say that this old man didn't warn you. That Bai Clan and Purple Fern Valley's people don't really care about you. Su Yan attracted most of their attention, but I think that Dong Clan's kid cares a lot about you. He came to this old man several times to inquire about you. I also care a lot about him. Yang Kai smiled. Where is he now? He's living where you used to live. This little brat is also strange. The Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley's people have all been arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has set his sights on your shabby little house. He is determined to obtain you. You should avoid the limelight for now. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged, why don't you go out and hide for a year and a half? When you come back after a year and a half, my precious disciple might have forgotten about you. Meng Wuxia thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If they didn't come to find him, he would go find them. What was the point of hiding? After bidding farewell to Meng Wuxia, Yang Kai walked towards his old house. Yang Kai. It's Yang Kai. He actually came back at this time. When someone saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim. The people from the three great forces are looking for him. Isn't he just walking right into their trap? Do you guys think that he will also be recruited by those three families? He'll definitely be recruited. How many people have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect these past few years, and he's only a trial disciple. Now that he has found a good place to go, why would he stay in the sect? The conditions offered by those three forces are very attractive. Another ungrateful wretch. A voice of disdain rang out. It was mixed with endless disdain, and there was even some jealousy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, but he didn't respond. Although he had the status of a trial disciple in High Heaven Pavilion, all of his skills and strength were obtained through his own hard work. He had never received the slightest support from the sect. Even if he left the sect, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden, so why would he care about what they said? Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the small wooden hut. Outside the wooden house, there were two old men, one standing with his hands down, the other with his back hunched over, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai strolled in, but the two old men didn't even spare him a glance, just standing outside with their eyes closed, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was 300 meters away from the wooden hut, the two divine senses suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, not with killing intent, but with a warning. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as the two divine senses rushed into his body, but like stones sinking into the sea, they didn't cause the slightest ripple. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, a trivial warning couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Continuing to walk forward, his pace was steady and firm. The two sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes flashing like lightning as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected this young man to be so strange. Just as they were about to attack again, a light shout suddenly came from inside the wooden hut, "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, the two old men withdrew their auras and once again became harmless, but their two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai's side. A man in a cyan robe walked out of the wooden house. He was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, and a handsome face. He had a dignified appearance, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that he was the son of a big family. However, his body was a little chubby, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. His face was fair and clean. Much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking at Yang Kai, the two men's eyes meeting in mid-air, the former with a trace of contempt in his eyes and the latter with a trace of caution. A moment later, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace becoming faster and faster. "Young master." One of the two old men saw this scene and couldn't help calling out softly. "Don't interfere." The man coldly snorted. "Yes." Yang Kai also walked towards him. A moment later, the two men collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms intersecting. Both of their figures swayed. Both of them staggered backwards. "Ha!" The blue-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he sneered and attacked again. Pang, pang, pang. The man and Yang Kai both seemed to be holding back their anger, desperately attacking each other, not defending at all. Yang Kai kicked towards the man's crotch, but was blocked by the man's legs. The man stretched out 2 fingers and poked towards Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly dodged. The 2 people's moves were strange and unfathomable. They were varied, vicious, and despicable. They were unscrupulous, and it caused the eyelids of the 2 old men to twitch. However, what made the 2 men feel strange was that neither this High Heaven Pavilion disciple nor their young master used Yuan Qi in their moves. The 2 of them were just fighting with their fists and feet. It looked like there was a grudge between them. The fight was in full swing, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The scene was a hot and humid mess. What was the young master doing? How was this a fight? This was clearly a fight between hooligans. The faces of the 2 old men who had lived for a long time were flushed red. If news of this scene were to spread, they would definitely be punished. How would their young master live in the future? With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was hit by his opponent's ice-sealing punch. For a moment, he saw stars and his body swayed. With another bang, the Dong family's young master was punched in the face by Yang Kai. He felt like his front teeth were almost knocked out, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Little brat, you court death." The Dong family's young master angrily shouted. Yang Kai sneered, "Let's see who dies first." The 2 men once again fought desperately. In the midst of the chaos, the Dong family's young master threw Yang Kai to the ground, his knees pressed against his abdomen, and his hands holding his arms, coldly asking, "Smelly brat, do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth, disregarding the broken bones in his arms, and suddenly flipped over, grabbing his opponent and ruthlessly twisting his arms, grinning, "Do you admit defeat?" The Dong family's young master hissed in pain, one hand slapping the ground. He looked up at the 2 old men and said, "What are you still looking at? This young master has been beaten." With a mouth full of dirt, the Dong family's young master no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. The 2 old men who had been watching the show woke up from their daze and quickly stepped forward. Yang Kai curled his lips, his figure flashing and retreating more than a dozen meters. The 2 old men didn't chase after him. Although their young lord had been beaten, after watching for so long, they could see that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of them was an old acquaintance of their young lord. Naturally, he wouldn't kill him. However, how could their young master know someone from such a small place? The Dong family's young master hurriedly got up, looking at Yang Kai with dread, one hand hanging by his side. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, you've grown up." Yang Kai was also in the same situation. His left hand was dislocated, so he couldn't exert any strength. Hearing the Dong family's young master, he chuckled and said, 30 years of river flows east, 30 years of river flows west. If you don't call for help, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." The Dong family's young master took a deep breath and bitterly said, "I'll deal with you later." He called one of the old men and said, "Go help him connect his arm." "No need." Yang Kai stretched out his right hand, holding his left hand, and with a click, his arm was as good as new. The Dong family's young master was dumbfounded, but he steeled his heart and did as he was told. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but in the end, his arm was connected. Wind and cloud dual guards. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the 2 old men and asked casually. The 2 old men's expressions changed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They hadn't expected their identity to be exposed by this young man. Who the hell was he? The Dong family's young master smiled bitterly. "Don't be shocked, this little brat's surname is Yang." Surnamed Yang. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions changed again as they guessed Yang Kai's identity, quickly cupping their fists. Greetings, young Master Yang. Chapter 206. Surname Yang. A very common surname. From high officials to cultivator families, to common people and street beggars, there were countless people surnamed Yang. However, in this world, there was only one family surnamed Yang that Dong Qing Han would specifically mention. That was the Yang family of the central capital's 8 great families. The Yang family, which could not be understood by common sense, was also the number 1 family of the 8 great families. The Dong family was also a first-class force in this world, but there was still a gap between them and the central capital's 8 great families, let alone the strongest one. If it was said that a young lord from a great family would come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs to live as an ordinary disciple, the wind and cloud dual guards would not believe it. Which of these young lords were not delicate-skinned and delicate, enjoying great wealth and glory? From birth, they had always lived a smooth life, getting whatever they wanted. But if it was said that this boy was a member of the Yang family, the wind and cloud dual guards would believe it without a doubt. Because the Yang family's way of training its disciples was very strange, every generation of direct descendants would grow up in this way. At some suitable time, all direct descendants would be dismissed and sent off to find their own opportunities to cultivate, only to be summoned back when the time was right. This kind of training was very dangerous, because when these direct descendants cultivated outside, they could not borrow the power and resources of the family, and once they had any kind of conflict with others, they could be killed. In fact, this kind of thing had happened many times. Many of the Yang family's direct descendants who had been dismissed would die young. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. This kind of training method allowed every Yang family direct descendant to become stronger and stronger. It washed away their dependence on the family. After so many years of hard work outside, they learned that the only person they could trust in this world was themselves. Therefore, the direct descendants of the Yang family rarely had the boastful attitude of those young lords. All of them were cold and ruthless like knives, their methods tyrannical. Moreover, the Yang family took advantage of this training method to collect countless secret arts and martial skills from other sects, filling their family storage. If one were to ask which family in this world had the most secret arts and martial skills, it would undoubtedly be the Yang family. In this world, there was a kind of bird. It was called the cuckoo. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in the nests of other birds, allowing them to hatch and raise them. These little birds were also very cruel. Not only were they gluttonous, but they would also push the chicks born of their adoptive parents out of their nests and fall to their deaths, enjoying the favor of their adoptive parents alone. The cuckoo's reputation was not good, just like the Yang family's reputation outside, because the methods of the two were not very different. Every time the Yang family's direct descendants were about to be dismissed, the world's great sects and great forces would avoid the Yang family as if they were a tiger. He was afraid that if he accidentally took in a Yang family disciple, after raising him, he would just flap his wings and fly away. The Yang family's method of raising their own children by borrowing the nest of a nest had provoked many forces. However, as the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family had thick legs and long arms, so even if those forces complained, they didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yang family. It was said that 100 years ago, a Yang family disciple entered a first-class sect called Converging Heavens sect. This Yang family disciple's talent was outstanding, a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. The sect master and elders of the Converging Heavens sect were also very fond of him, so naturally, they spent a lot of effort in nurturing him. They even discussed and listed him as their successor, and all kinds of secrets that were not passed on to him were opened up to him without reservation. This kid was indeed a genius. In just a few years, he had learned all kinds of martial skills and secret arts of the Converging Heavens sect, familiarizing himself with them, greatly gratifying his masters. However, 10 years later, this had consumed countless resources of the Converging Heaven sect. The disciple that the sect master and elders had placed such high hopes on actually left the sect one night. Until that time. Only then did the Converging Heaven sect realize that this disciple was actually a Yang family disciple. The Converging Heaven sect master and elders all vomited blood. They almost fell seriously ill. Wasting 10 years of their time to teach this ingrate was one thing, but many of the Converging Heaven sect secrets had actually been learned by him, becoming the Yang family's property. How could they not be depressed? The Converging Heaven sect disciples had come to the Yang family to cause trouble, but they had only received some compensation. It was because of this tragedy that the world's great sects were extremely wary of the Yang family disciples. Learning from the past was the teacher for the future. If they spent more than 10 years to cultivate a Yang family disciple and he ran away, wouldn't they repeat the same mistake as the Converging Heaven sect and become the laughingstock of the world? But no matter how much they guarded against him, Yang Kai's direct disciples still had to go out and experience the world. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden away, very few people knew their names, and very few people had ever seen them. So, it was impossible to guard against the Yang family disciples. The wind and cloud dual guard's thoughts raced, becoming more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because almost 4 years ago, the Yang family really did dismiss the current generation of direct disciples. So, this boy in front of them was the youngest young lord of the Yang family. Didn't they say that he was not suitable for cultivation? How could he have reached the separation and reunion boundary? Although his strength was not high, it was not too bad either. However, for their young lord to recognize him, the wind and cloud dual guards were not surprised, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage alliance in the previous generation. Their young lord's aunt had married the Yang family's fourth master Yang, and their young lord had visited the Yang family several times when he was young, so the two must have met before. Come in and we'll talk. Dong Qing Han's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but also a trace of surprise and joy, turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the wooden house. It was still as simple as before, but there was an additional table. On the table, there was wine and food. Sit. Dong Qing Han said concisely. Were you waiting for me? Kai Yang sat down and looked at the table full of food and wine with some surprise. Dong Qing Han's eyes flashed a thick light as he nodded slightly. After a few years outside, it seems that you've grown a lot. The Yang family's way of training their disciples is really something. People always grow. Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured Dong Qing Han a cup before refilling his own. Before, when you saw me you were like a mouse seeing a cat. How come you're not afraid now? You even dared to hit me. Dong Qing Han still tasted blood in his mouth. Yang Kai's punch had been really heavy. So what if I hit you? How many times did you bully me when I was a child? Now it's time to get some payback. Yang Kai sneered. This cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with his Yang family. Every time he came to the Yang family as a guest, he would teach him a lesson. Yang Kai had never practiced martial arts at that time, and this cousin was a few years older than him. How could he possibly be his opponent? Every time, he would be beaten black and blue. Thinking about all this, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he had been too lenient just now. When I was little. Dong Qing Han's face was calm, without any emotion, drinking the wine in one gulp and pushing the glass in front of Yang Kai, motioning for him to refill it. Cousin pouring wine for cousin, naturally there was nothing to say. The two drank several cups in quick succession. Glancing at each other, both of them let out a long sigh. Although their relationship wasn't very good when they were children, Yang Kai knew that this cousin of his was just resentful because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts. He wanted to use his fists to force him. Generally speaking, Dong Qinghan had left a lot of childhood shadows for Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but his methods were a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. Dong Qinghan chuckled. When I came here and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After a few inquiries, I was able to determine that it was you. My father told me to come here. Oh. Did uncle also come here for life experience? Dong Qinghan was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say. He only told me to come to this place. Yang Kai had also been puzzled these days, unable to understand the deeper meaning of this. How are my father and mother? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai looked up and asked. Dong Qinghan glanced at him. Auntie misses you very much, she's lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. When he left the Yang family he was just an ordinary person. After not returning for a few years, his father and mother must be very worried. Auntie was also locked up by your Yang family for half a year, and uncle was beaten 30 times. *Bah. The wine glass in Yang Kai's hand shattered. Yang Kai's expression became extremely gloomy, his brow furrowed. What happened? Dong Qinghan sneered. Because Auntie missed you so much, she secretly ran out to see how you were doing. Then she was discovered by those old bastards of your Yang family. You also know the Yang family's rules. Direct descendants are allowed to go out for life experience. No one is allowed to visit them in any way. Violators will be severely punished. If uncle hadn't taken her place, the one who would have been beaten 30 times would have been my auntie. 30 beatings. This was not an ordinary 30 beatings. The Yang family's punishment hall had a special artifact that was powered by Yuan Qi, specifically used to beat people with the beatings. Even if a master at the Yuan Qi realm received a few beatings, they would be bedridden for several days. These 30 beatings, 4th Master Yang would probably be bedridden for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his tumbling blood, grabbed the wine glass in front of Dong Qinghan, and drank it in one gulp. Those old bastards, sooner or later they will pay the price. Yang Kai said coldly. In the past, he was not suitable for cultivation, nor did he want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, he was still driven out of the Yang family by those old bastards, forcing him to go out for life experience with his brothers. A 12-year-old boy, still an ordinary person, had traveled thousands of miles to come to High Heaven Pavilion. The hardships he had suffered, how could he tell outsiders? I don't like your Yang family. I also don't like your Yang family. Your Yang family is too cold and ruthless. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The Yang family's way of training their disciples was very special, although it could temper a person. Because it was done this way, the Yang family's affection for each other was very thin. In order to maintain the Yang family's prestige, they would sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed. Yang family disciples who go out for life experience need at least 10 years before they can return. Now it's been less than 4 years. Auntie still has to wait 6 years before she can see you again. I don't know if she can afford to wait. Dong Qinghan's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, tell father and mother that I'm fine, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. That's my auntie. The heavy topic gradually passed. The two of them no longer wanted to talk about it. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time because of the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Of course, why else would I come to this place where even birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qinghan curled his lips, suddenly changing the topic. But your sect really does have a few geniuses, especially that girl named Su Yan. It is said that not only is her strength profound, she is also a stunning beauty, as beautiful as ice. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see her face. Chapter 207. As Dong Qinghan spoke, he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. as if he was observing his reaction. Obviously he had heard some kind of rumor. "That's your sister-in-law." Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously, he hadn't thought that the rumors were actually true, that his little cousin had managed to win over a sect's proud daughter. The Yang family was really a pack of wolves, tigers and leopards. None of them could be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't join forces with those two idiots from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley, otherwise wouldn't I have been trying to steal her away? Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the young lord of the Dong family, his status was high, and he was also quite handsome. At such a young age, it was natural for him to be unrestrained and unrestrained. Wherever he went, he would leave his mark, attracting bees and butterflies. Who knew how many beautiful women he had shared a life of fish with? However, because he had heard a few words between Yang Kai and Su Yan when he was inquiring about him, Dong Qinghan had decided to be cautious and not collude with the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley. Just now, he had only spoken out to confirm his suspicions, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Dong Qinghan also felt a burst of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to provoke Yang Kai, otherwise, wouldn't his cousin have tried to kill him? Yang Kai naturally knew the temperament and personality of this kind of young lord, so he bluntly admitted it. This wasn't to show off, but to show off. Obviously, he was telling him, "She's my woman. Whoever has ideas about her, I'll fight them." Smelly brat, your luck with women isn't shallow. Dong Qinghan chuckled. Although High Heaven Pavilion was a small sect, he had heard that the girl named Su Yan had reached the 4th or 5th stage of Yuan Qi. Even if one looked at the entire world, such a talent was second to none. What's more, she had most likely obtained a powerful inheritance. Such a talent, even if she went to the central capital's 8 great families, would be fought over and treated as a treasure. Since she's my sister-in-law, it seems my Dong family won't be able to recruit her. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. You should have had a good harvest, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and asked casually. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly, a bit. But it was far from what he had expected. You've also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Tell me, what's it like inside? Yang Kai muttered to himself for a while and then briefly explained what had happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, he did not reveal who had obtained the inheritance. Although it was all very innocuous information, Dong Qinghan still listened with great interest. Sigh, it's surprising that the Heaven's Cave inheritance would appear in a place like this. The disciples of the 3 sects have benefited for nothing. Why didn't it appear in my Dong family's territory? Dong Qinghan sighed, secretly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. 2 or 3 months before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared. The 3 sects kept this a secret, and it wasn't until later that the news gradually spread. Only then did the great powers and sects send people to search for the inheritor. Unfortunately, until now, no one had found the inheritor. However, the artifacts and martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had all been purchased by each of the sections. These artifacts were all seriously damaged and could no longer be used, but they were still artifacts refined by a powerful cultivator countless years ago, so they had considerable research value. Moreover, the grade of these martial skills was not too low, at least Earth grade, and even Heaven grade. It could be said that the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared this time. It had allowed High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall to become rich in a short time. The great forces that had come here all bought from the 3 sects, and each of them made a lot of money. The only regrettable thing was that some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and left their sects, pledging allegiance to these great forces. There were many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 great elders couldn't do anything about it. After all, these great forces were strong, so what if they poached a few disciples? Wei Shitong and Su Xianwu could only turn a blind eye and pray that these great forces young lords and masters leave as soon as possible, returning peace to High Heaven Pavilion. As the two cousins were talking, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly called out, "Young Lord! Young Master Yang, people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley have come." Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan glanced at each other. The latter chuckled, "They've come quickly, I'm afraid they've come for the martial skill in your hand." Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star mark he displayed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had attracted a lot of attention. A martial skill that could severely injure a sixth-order monster beast in one blow, how bad could it be? The people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley had obviously come here for the star mark. "What do you want to do?" Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai calmly. These two idiots had been harassing his younger sister-in-law these past few days, so Yang Kai was definitely holding back his anger. Soon there would be a good show to watch. If Yang Kai exposed his true identity, the people from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley would definitely not dare to provoke him, most likely they would apologize and then run away. But the problem was that Yang Kai couldn't be exposed. Dong Qinghan was looking forward to seeing how his cousin would solve the current problem, his slightly chubby face filled with a cheerful smile. "That depends on their attitude," Yang Kai said indifferently. "If their attitude is good, everyone sit down and talk." The star mark could shine in his hands, but that didn't mean it could in others' hands, so even if he sold it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if their attitude isn't good? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qinghan also smiled and couldn't help shaking his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Expecting the two idiots from the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley to have a good attitude was obviously impossible. Not long after, two loud laughs came from outside and two men about the same age as Dong Qinghan walked in, one in white robes and the other in purple robes. Both of them were young elites. The one in white was the Bai family's young lord, Bai Yunfeng, and the one in purple was Purple Fern Valley's disciple, Fan Hong. Behind these two were two High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of whom Yang Kai was familiar with, but he couldn't remember his name. The other was Chao Jingwen, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai and Chao Jingwen had met twice before. Before leaving High Heaven Pavilion, this person had delivered a promotion order to Yang Kai from the Elder Council, but had been rejected by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of face. After that, he was punished by the Great Elder, so it could be said that he hated Yang Kai to the bone. These two High Heaven Pavilion disciples had both entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now they were following behind Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong. Obviously they had been tempted by the benefits and had pledged their allegiance to them. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, but disciples of the Bai family in Purple Fern Valley. "Brother Dong is so elegant. You're drinking by yourself here, yet you didn't call me or Brother Fan. You're treating us like outsiders." Bai Yunfeng laughed, glancing over at Yang Kai lightly before putting away the folding fan in his hand, his expression proud. Fan Hong also laughed. "Brother Dong is not tempted by beauty, Brother Bai, and I admire him greatly. It's funny that Brother Bai and I have been searching that small loft for more than half a month yet have never seen this beautiful woman. It's better for Brother Dong to drink and enjoy himself here." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint sneer. The small loft these two were talking about was definitely Su Yan's residence. Dong Qinghan smiled and gestured for the two to sit down, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "The day before yesterday, Father and Master arranged a marriage for me, so I don't dare to provoke other women. This Dong is not as free as these two brothers." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both sat down while Chao Jingwen and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, "Brother Dong must be joking. I heard that Brother Dong recently recruited a female disciple from High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know what Brother Dong plans to do with this female disciple. Do you want to keep her in a golden house or take her as a concubine? Dong Ching Han smiled wryly and shook his head. Brother Bai must be joking. I did indeed recruit a female disciple, but it was for the sake of the family. That girl also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance and obtained a good opportunity. Her aptitude is not bad. As long as she is given the right resources, she will definitely develop in the future. Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't ask any more questions, instead turning to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contempt and arrogance flashing across his eyes as he said lightly, "This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai, right? How is Brother Dong's discussion with him going?" These words were spoken very casually, although in front of Yang Kai, it was clear he didn't put him in his eyes and was instead asking for Dong Ching Han's opinion. "We're currently discussing." Dong Ching Han nodded slightly. "The result hasn't come out yet, but you two have already arrived." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up. "It seems that Brother Fan and I still have a chance." Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that you obtained a powerful martial skill from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Is that true?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "N." Fan Hong's spirit shook as he opened his mouth. "Honest people don't beat around the bush. This young lord will be frank. I am interested in the martial skill you obtained. I wonder what kind of conditions you want before you are willing to part with it. What benefits can you offer?" Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled, reaching into his sleeve and taking out a stack of banknotes, pushing them in front of Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Here are 100,000 silvers. If you are willing to write down the cultivation method of that martial skill for me, these banknotes are yours." When Fan Hong said this, his expression was confident, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Obviously, he believed that 100,000 silvers was extremely attractive to a disciple of such a small sect. In fact, when the 100,000 silvers were placed on the table, whether it was Chao Jingwen or the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple, their breathing became heavy as they stared at the banknotes on the table. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged as he took out another stack of banknotes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed, "Brother Fan, you are too stingy. Yang Kai, this young lord is willing to exchange 200,000 silvers for your martial skill. How about it? You may not be able to earn so much wealth, but it is enough for you to live several lifetimes without having to worry about food and clothing. You can also have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the glory and splendor of life." Bai Yunfeng was much more generous than Fan Hong, causing the latter to glare at him fiercely, but Bai Yunfeng didn't care and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Ching Han was also smiling, but there was a deep meaning behind his smile. Wanting to use 200,000 silvers to smash a Yang family disciple, these two idiots were really creative. Dong Ching Han wanted to laugh a few times, but he had no choice but to endure, his shoulders slightly shaking. Holding back his laughter was extremely difficult. This show is really interesting. Chapter 208. 200,000 silvers is already a lot, are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They had purchased a lot of martial skills these days, but had never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard that this martial skill was extraordinary, how could he be so generous? This little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted. He was the Bai family's young lord. Even if that martial skill was really worth 200,000 silvers, he still had to sell it to him for 100,000 silvers. Dong Ching Han saw that this person was a little angry, so he couldn't sit still, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, fanning the flames. "Little brat, this Dong will also raise the price. 200,000 silvers plus a bottle of the Dong family's special profound spirit pills. How about it? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both looked at Dong Qinghan with some surprise. They hadn't expected him to be willing to take out profound spirit pills. This was an earth-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Although its grade wasn't too high, its effects were definitely pleasing. Taking one of these pills could help one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Was this martial skill really so valuable? Yes, Dong Qinghan and this Yang Kai had talked a lot before, so he must have some understanding of this martial skill, so he was willing to part with a bottle of profound spirit pills. 200,000 silvers plus a common grade high-rank artifact. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qinghan frowned. Brother Fan, this is a malicious competition. Fan Hong didn't speak, but Bai Yunfeng took over. Brother Dong, that martial skill's power is extraordinary. Since everyone wants it, naturally it's fair to the highest bidder. This young lord offers 300,000 silvers and a common grade high-rank artifact, a defensive artifact at that. Fan Hong heard this and was stunned. Smiling wryly, he said, Brother Bai, you're really willing. This price, even he didn't dare to offer. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qinghan also smiled. Since Brother Bai is so determined, this Dong won't compete with you. If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our friendship. Bai Yunfeng laughed, cupping his hands to the two of them. Modest. When this matter is over, I will definitely arrange a banquet to apologize to the two of you. The three of them were still bidding and talking happily. It seemed that they had already determined the ownership of the star mark and didn't care about Yang Kai's opinion at all. Yang Kai frowned and said indifferently, I didn't say I was going to sell this martial skill, right? Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels plus a common grade high-rank defensive artifact, isn't that enough to offset the value of that martial skill? Don't ask for too much, or you may lose both the person and the money. Bai Yunfeng's expression was cold and stern as he threatened in a cold voice. Chao Jingwen, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered, Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. Mr. Bai's price is already fair enough. What else do you want? Bai Yunfeng unfolded his folding fan, crossed his legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, gently fanning himself. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qinghan continued to stir up trouble, deliberately saying, Oh. Do you want to join one of our forces? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both frowned. They couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them could speak, Chao Jingwen coldly said, Mr. Bai. This person has been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but has only cultivated to the tempered body 3rd stage and is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Such a mediocre person is doomed to have no future. Recruiting him into the Bai family will only cause us to lose face. Mr. Bai should think twice. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly flicked his hand, and the glass of wine in front of him flew out and splashed directly onto Chao Jingwen's face. The faces of the people at the table suddenly changed, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose face was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, you court death. Chao Jingwen was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Bai Yunfeng. Little brat, before you hit a dog you need to look at its owner. Bai Yunfeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. You want an explanation? Yang Kai's face was indifferent, his voice flat. My martial skill is mysterious grade. Is this explanation enough? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed again. Even Dong Qinghan was stunned. Mysterious grade. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai's martial skill might be heaven grade, but they never thought it would actually be mysterious grade. Even first-class forces like the Dong family, Bai by family, and Purple Fern Valley only had a few sets of profound grade martial skills. Any set of profound grade martial skills was a secret of these great forces. Unless one was a future pillar of the family, they absolutely could not practice it. Is this for real? Dong Qinghan's voice was trembling. In his heart he cursed, "Fuck, if I knew it was a mysterious grade martial skill, I wouldn't have stayed here and watched the show. If I had exchanged this martial skill with my cousin, then everything would have been fine. Now, even that idiot Bai Yunfeng has joined in. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, my strength was only at the initial element boundary's 7th stage, but I was able to severely injure a 6th-order monster beast. I don't need to say more about the grade of this martial skill, right?" Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's breathing became hot. Looking at Yang Kai again, all of their previous contempt and disdain had disappeared, all of their eyes shining brightly. "The conditions just now remain unchanged. You can join my Bai family as a disciple." Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision, exchanging a disciple's identity for a mysterious grade martial skill. The Bai family would definitely make a big profit. As for how Yang Kai would be treated after joining the Bai family, it would depend on his own aptitude. "I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Purple Fern Valley, and provide you with a good cultivation environment," Fan Hong also hurriedly said. "I have no interest in joining any of your families." Yang Kai was too lazy to waste any more words with them. "If you want my martial skill, fine, but you have to give me a mysterious grade martial skill in exchange." Fan Hong's brow wrinkled, his expression strange. "You want our secret martial skill? We are all mysterious grade martial skills, so if we exchange, we won't suffer a loss. What's wrong? Is this exchange not fair?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Yunfeng sneered, "That's impossible. A secret martial skill is a secret martial skill. Except for the Bai family's direct descendants, outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Then there's nothing to talk about." Yang Kai stood up, intending to leave. "Want to leave?" Bai Yunfeng's expression changed, suddenly sneering, reaching out his hand to block Yang Kai's path. "If you don't hand over that martial skill today, don't even think about leaving here." Since the deal was not reached, Bai Yunfeng wanted to rob him, a trivial High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He really didn't put him in his eyes. Scram! Yang Kai didn't like him, at this moment seeing him make a move. How could he hesitate, fiercely punching out? Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, meeting the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, a fierce yuan qi burst out, and the cabin was suddenly torn apart. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk, several figures rushed out from inside. Dong Qinghan, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Hong, Yang Kai, Chao Jingwen, and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all covered in dust. "You dare attack me?" Bai Yunfeng was furious, his expression ferocious. In that exchange, although he hadn't suffered a loss, he also hadn't been able to defeat Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised that the other party's yuan qi was so vigorous, obviously only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, yet he had been able to block his blow. "Young Master Bai, you have a noble status, you don't need to lower yourself to his level, let me help you vent your anger." Chao Jingwen took the initiative to volunteer. Just now he had been splashed with wine by Yang Kai, losing a great deal of face. Naturally he wanted to get back at him. Moreover, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Bai family, so now he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to show off. As long as he could beat Yang Kai to a pulp, Bai Yunfeng's anger would be alleviated, and in the future he would receive many benefits. Bai Yunfeng coldly nodded. "Break his hands and feet, let him know the consequences of being disrespectful to me." A trivial disciple from a small sect dares to act so presumptuous. "Young master can rest assured, I've long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson." Chao Jingwen sneered, staring at Yang Kai from a distance of several dozen meters. He shouted, "Junior brother Yang, don't say this brother didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down now, crawl in front of young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, perhaps young Master Bai will spare you, otherwise you'll have to suffer some pain. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. You've become someone else's dog, your tone has become much more arrogant. Chao Jingwen's face turned red, and his expression became cold. Young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I pledge my allegiance to him? Even the elders of the sect haven't said anything. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're humiliating yourself, and you still expect others to respect you. Since we're from the same sect, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame this brother for being ruthless. Chao Jingwen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and circulated the yuan qi in his body. He didn't waste any more words, and used his body movement technique to get close to Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, before he could even rush out, Yang Kai, who was several dozen meters away, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chao Jingwen's face showed a trace of astonishment, then his expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked, and dissolved his move. The tip of his fist flashed, and a burning sun's 3-layer blast was thrown out. Striking his chest, Chao Jingwen's face instantly paled as his chest caved in. Taking a step back, Chao Jingwen used this opportunity to disperse Kai Yang's fist. He managed to open up a distance between him and Yang Kai, but the fierce yuan qi in his body exploded. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and Chao Jingwen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. This turn of events stunned everyone on the spot. Although Chao Jingwen's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator. But such a person had actually been beaten by Yang Kai to the point of spitting out blood. Although he had borrowed the power of his martial skill, Yang Kai's speed was really frightening. Chao Jingwen obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, before he could recover, Yang Kai actually rushed up again. Panicking and panicking, how could he block? After exchanging a dozen moves, Chao Jingwen was once again hit. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and Chao Jingwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and his moves were ruthless. Every punch was aimed at Chao Jingwen's vitals, and after a while, Chao Jingwen could only block without any strength to fight back. After 10 breaths, Chao Jingwen's vision blurred. Yang Kai flew up and kicked, and Chao Jingwen was suddenly sent flying like a rag sack, falling to the ground and never getting up again. He didn't die, but who knew how many of his bones were broken? He would have to lie in bed for at least several months to recover. Chapter 209. Shocked, Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never having imagined that after 4 years, his cousin would become so ferocious. A separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator had only lasted less than 30 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground, while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent as he swept his eyes over the audience. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were both slightly shocked. After a moment, Bai Yunfeng glanced over at Chao Jingwen, who had collapsed to the ground, and coldly snorted, "Sure enough, a disciple cultivated by a small sect is actually so weak. It seems this young lord will have to deal with him personally." Fan Hong glanced at him strangely, but immediately relaxed. Bai Yunfeng was a young lord of the Bai family, so he had a high opinion of himself. Although he didn't care about Chao Jingwen's life or death, he was still a disciple he had recruited, so he was considered half a member of the Bai family. Now that Chao Jingwen had been crippled in front of him, how could Bai Yunfeng easily let this go? If it were him, Fan Hong would not have let this go either. What's more, Yang Kai had a mysterious great martial skill. Using this as an excuse to teach him a lesson, he could then interrogate him about the cultivation method of that martial skill. Considering all this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, coldly glancing over at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai hadn't attacked him just now. If he had been crippled, he would have had a reason to act. Brother Bai, isn't it bad to attack someone else's territory? Dong Qing Han was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope, so he quickly stood up and said. After all, Bai Yunfeng was a Yuan Qi boundary first stage master, and between Yuan Qi and separation and reunion boundary, there was a huge divide. Bai Yunfeng coldly replied, so what if this is someone else's territory? Daring to hurt my Bai family disciple, he must pay the price. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Dong Qing Han couldn't help but frown. He wanted to help but didn't know how to. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Yang Kai were only acquaintances. If he acted too obviously, he was afraid others would see through him. Once Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would do him no good. Although the Yang family was powerful, they had many enemies. God knows how many people in the world hated the Yang family. Just as Dong Qing Han was in a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a meaningful glance, causing Dong Qing Han's brow to twitch slightly, but he didn't say anything. Bai Yunfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai. As he walked, he ordered, 2 cabinet elders, please stay on the side. Yes. Immediately, 2 old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qing Han had an immortal Ascension boundary master protecting him, so how could Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong not? After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Before their wings were fully grown, they naturally needed someone to protect their safety. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Bai family and hand over that martial skill, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yunfeng raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Yang Kai sneered. The Yuan Qi on his body surged, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Needless to say, this attitude already explained everything. Very good, I'll spare your life. After all, you still have some value. Bai Yunfeng's figure blurred as soon as he finished speaking, like a cloud of dust being blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's expression became cold, not daring to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looked domineering, he was still a young lord of the Bai family, and his strength was higher than his own by a great realm. Facing such a person, any slight carelessness could be fatal. It was very likely he would be knocked down in a single blow. In fact, Yang Kai didn't want to face such an enemy right now. But when he thought about how this man spent all day in front of Su Yan's loft, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bored. Every man would regard their woman as their exclusive property. Although Bai Yunfeng hadn't even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable. A strange cloud of dust appeared behind Kai Yang, and Bai Yunfeng appeared with a cold smile on his face. Lightly, he sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang's back, his palm containing an unparalleled amount of strength, but he didn't release it. Dong Qing Han's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost shouted out a warning. Yang Kai quickly turned around, his palm turning red as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst out, meeting Bai Yunfeng's attack head-on. The astral wind howled, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the palm strike wreaked havoc. Yang Kai's body shook as he was sent flying several dozen meters, but Bai Yunfeng remained motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. Although the two of them had fought before, at that time Yang Kai had used 80% of his strength while Bai Yunfeng had hurriedly parried, so they were evenly matched. But now, Bai Yunfeng had angrily attacked, so how could he compare to before? With just one blow, Yang Kai had suffered some losses, his body falling to the ground, but he quickly stood up and stared at Bai Yunfeng with a dignified expression. A separation and reunion first stage boy dares to fight with me. You overestimate yourself. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his figure once again changing positions. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange movement skill this was, but it made him unable to see through it. Yang Kai grit his teeth, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. You think you can defend? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly sounded from the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 meters in front of Yang Kai, still casually sending out a palm strike. Burning Sun's 3-layer burst. Yang Kai no longer held back, directly using his own martial skill. Bai Yunfeng's face flashed a trace of caution. He had already noticed the ferocity of this blow. But as the Bai family's young lord, and a master at the Yuan Qi boundary, how could he retreat? Not only did he not retreat, he instead rushed forward. He wanted to defeat Yang Kai with a tyrannical posture and overwhelming strength, letting him know the huge gap between them. With a bang, Yang Kai was forced back again, his Yuan Qi showing signs of chaos. Bai Yunfeng remained calm and composed, but just as he was about to open his mouth to ridicule, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help snorting as he waved his hand, forcing out a burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi. This was what Yang Kai had injected into his body. 3 transformations. Bai Yunfeng's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had not expected this Yang Kai to have mastered such an extraordinary martial skill. This martial skill was extremely powerful and unpredictable, definitely a heaven-grade martial skill. Just now, Bai Yunfeng had been careless and almost suffered a big loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and forced it out of his body, he would have suffered some minor injuries. Good stuff. After this young lord defeats you, I'll take it all. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body once again transforming into a cloud of dust. Yang Kai's body tensed up as he carefully perceived the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand, his Yuan Qi raging like a raging flame. His palm pressed against the void and suddenly exploded. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly reappeared, his face filled with surprise and embarrassment as he hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yang Kai's blow. The other Immortal Ascension boundary masters who were observing from the sidelines couldn't help calling out in surprise. Although they could spy on Bai Yunfeng's movements, it was only because they had cultivated their divine senses that they were able to easily investigate. But what was this High Heaven Pavilion disciple relying on? He was only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, not possessing a divine sense, yet after only a few exchanges he was able to see through Bai Yunfeng's mysteries. Wasn't this battle intuition a bit too strong? I was wondering what it was. It turns out you're just relying on the power of an artifact. Yang Kai sneered at Bai Yunfeng contemptuously. The mysterious movement skill Bai Yunfeng had displayed over and over again was even faster and more unpredictable than the one he had created himself. Yang Kai didn't understand at first, but now that he suddenly saw the jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist flash, he suddenly understood. That wasn't some kind of movement skill, but rather an artifact used to confuse his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face reddened. Speaking of which, he was a Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. Using an artifact to deal with a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was really not appropriate. After being pointed out by Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng became angry and coldly snorted, "Even if you don't have an artifact, do you think you're my opponent?" Crossing his feet, Bai Yunfeng flew directly in front of Yang Kai, his speed extremely fast. Unyielding will. Dealing with an enemy a great realm higher than himself, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly used his own mysterious martial skill. His Yuan Qi suddenly became violent, filled with an unparalleled evil intent, his whole face ferocious, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. A surge of power suddenly erupted from his body and a black flame burst out from his body. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a demon descending from the heavens. His whole body burned and the air around him distorted. Yang Kai raised a palm, bringing with it endless flames, and fiercely swept it towards Bai Yunfeng. The enemy suddenly changed. Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Perceiving Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength and the burning yuan qi, he instantly realized the terror of this attack. Shocked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly operated the yuan qi in his body, bringing out his own killing move. Heaven's Net. Between his 10 fingers, yuan qi condensed like silk threads, and as his fingers danced, they instantly intertwined into a large net in front of him. This net, formed purely from yuan qi, could cut gold and break jade. Its sharpness was not inferior to that of an ordinary earth-grade weapon. The flames collided with the heaven's net. Bai Yunfeng's yuan qi threads passed through the flames without being damaged, and directly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind moved, and even more energy surged out from his body, the temperature of the flames increasing by a lot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the threads were completely dissolved in a breath of time, and immediately Yang Kai's palm struck Bai Yunfeng's shoulder. Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both retreated at the same time, looking at each other with great fear. On Yang Kai's body, small bloody scars slowly appeared, all of which were caused by the heaven's net. Each of the yuan qi threads had cut half an inch into his skin, almost dismembering him. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. His shoulder was burning hot, as if it had been branded with iron, and there was even a burnt smell. Desperately urging his yuan qi, he was finally able to resolve the remaining power of his opponent's attack. Hiss! The group of immortal ascension boundary masters all sucked in a cold breath, looking towards Yang Kai in horror. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator fighting against a yuan qi cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to put up a good fight. Just what was this little brat's background? Moreover, the way his strength had increased was quite strange. Originally, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary first stage, but now he had suddenly jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. At the same time as his strength increased, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary boy before, now he was clearly showing signs of becoming the demon race. Most importantly, his yuan qi had actually dissolved Bai Yunfeng's yuan qi threads. Didn't this mean that the purity and richness of his yuan qi was not inferior to that of a first-stage yuan qi cultivator? Otherwise, how could he achieve this? Chapter 210. Separation and reunion boundary, yuan qi boundary. Although the difference between the two was only one level, there was an essential difference. The former had yuan qi, the latter had yuan qi. Even 10 separation and reunion boundary cultivators would not necessarily be able to defeat one yuan qi boundary first level. The transformation of yuan qi into yuan qi was a qualitative leap in a cultivator's strength. If someone had told this group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts before today that a separation and reunion boundary expert could be evenly matched with a yuan qi boundary first level, they would have laughed it off. But now this scene was happening right in front of their eyes, no one could question it. But this should be the end of it. The group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts had sharp eyes. Naturally they could see that Yang Kai had already used all his strength, but Bai Yunfeng was still holding back. There was still a gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng's expression was ferocious, sneering. "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. This young master likes young talents like you. I will give you one last chance. Pledge allegiance to my Bai family, recognize me as master, and all the previous unpleasantness. This young master will let bygones be bygones." Yang Kai calmly said, not interested. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "Little brat, you can't blame others for your own mistakes." Bai Yunfeng had also lost his patience. He was a yuan qi boundary expert. He wanted to easily take down Yang Kai and force him to reveal the cultivation method of that martial skill, but he did not want to fight with him so anxiously, becoming a joke to others. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to delay any longer. His yuan qi surged, a layer of milky white light gushing out of his body, once again flying towards Yang Kai. His speed was astonishing. No one could see any trace of him. While flying, Heaven's net attacked again, countless threads of yuan qi forming a large net, enveloping Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too big, and Bai Yunfeng's movement technique was also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created movement technique would not be able to gain any advantage in this battle. He understood that under such circumstances, dodging was definitely not the best choice. He could only fight head-on. With one hand like a knife, he crazily squeezed out the energy in his body. The yuan qi was rolling and surging. His palm blade slashed towards the opponent's heavenly net. The yuan qi threads were broken one by one. They were broken before they could even get close to the Yang Kai. Tian Luo seal. Bai Yunfeng did not mind at all. A faint and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed with both hands. A huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't even have time to change his moves before he was hit in the chest. He was sent flying through the air. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground, his face pale. But the onlookers couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so determined. The Bai family's Heaven's Net seal was a heaven-grade martial technique. Its attack power was enormous. This young man's figure seemed thin, but after taking such a blow, he still had the strength to fight. How could this not be shocking? Bai Yunfeng didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe. His figure flashed like the wind and pounced forward. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but was hit by another Heaven's Net seal and was sent flying several dozen meters. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng also cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. A violent explosion sounded from his chest and a stream of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The milky white yuan qi around his body became illusory and almost collapsed. Bai Yunfeng's face suddenly became ferocious. He gloomily said, "Little brat. Today, you will die." What mysterious grade martial technique? It didn't matter. Bai Yunfeng had suffered a loss in front of so many people. Murderous intent surged in his heart. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger. "Brother Bai, don't kill him." Dong Qinghan frowned and shouted, "After all, this is someone else's territory." "Ha ha." Bai Yunfeng sneered, completely ignoring Dong Qinghan. Opening his hand, an unstable mass of murderous aura suddenly appeared. Bai Yunfeng madly poured his yuan qi into his hand, causing it to become more and more turbulent. Heaven's Net seal. Dong Qinghan couldn't help paling. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to have even mastered the Bai family's Heaven's Net seal. Compared to the Heaven's Net seal just now, the power of this Heaven's Net seal was incomparable. It was definitely one of the Bai family's secret techniques. Just as he was about to warn Yang Kai to be careful, he saw a burst of starlight appear and a violent aura burst out from Yang Kai's body. His right hand trembled as if there was an uncontrollable power erupting from somewhere. A blurred and dazzling starry sky suddenly appeared under the clear blue sky. A star. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yang Kai, feeling the power of the martial skill in his hand, all of them paling. They had long heard that Yang Kai had used a mysterious martial skill to severely injure the sixth-order monster beast inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now that they saw this scene, how could they not understand that this little brat was about to use it again? "Young lord, be careful." The two immortal ascension boundary cultivators from the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer a loss in this confrontation, so they quickly rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to finish him off first. However, just as they started to move, two large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters immediately froze in place, unable to circulate their yuan qi. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it impossible for them to even move a finger. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Although these two were only immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th Boundary Masters, they were still masters of their generation. Now, they had been silently restrained by someone else. It was obvious how strong this person was. How could a small place like High Heaven Pavilion have such a terrifying character? Juniors are just playing around, us old men should just watch from the sidelines, there's no need for us to intervene. A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters found that they could move again. Turning their heads in amazement, they saw an old man standing next to them, his face full of wrinkles, looking at them with a smile. This person, they knew. It was the shopkeeper from High Heaven Pavilion's contribution hole. Although when they first arrived at High Heaven Pavilion they had noticed that this shopkeeper was somewhat strange, neither of them had expected him to be so strong. What do you two think? Meng Wuya asked with a smile. Your Excellency's words are reasonable. How could the two by-family masters dare to refute? The other party's strength was so great that he could take their lives with a snap of his fingers. If they refuted, they would die. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family in Purple Fern Valley's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. These four masters also didn't notice when Meng Wuya had arrived or when he had appeared next to the by-family masters. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards were shocked, but they didn't change their expressions. They knew that their young lord and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally they had nothing to fear. On the other hand, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley stared at Meng Wuya with vigilance, thinking of all the famous masters in the world, but they couldn't match up with Meng Wuya. And this battle is somewhat interesting. Just as the two Purple Fern Valley Masters were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' expression changed greatly. Turning their heads to look, they saw that an old man had appeared next to them at some point. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His beard was very long, and he was wearing an extremely simple robe. He stood silently in the middle of them. Another master. Although he was just standing there, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face, watching the two juniors madly gather their yuan qi, the two Purple Fern Valley masters could still feel that this old man's aura was locked onto them. Once they made the slightest move, they were afraid they would be ruthlessly attacked. High Heaven Pavilion, where did such terrifying masters pop up one after another? With these two masters, it could be said that High Heaven Pavilion's strength was not inferior to an ordinary first-class force. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Bai family stared at each other, all of them seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk another 5 figures descended, this time the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. These 5 people had been alarmed by the fight here and wanted to investigate, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, their faces lit up and they quickly bowed, "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was actually the mysterious Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. When the 3 great forces had come to visit High Heaven Pavilion as guests, the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion had yet to show his face. For this reason, these masters and several of the young lords had silently criticized the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. Now that they had realized how terrifying the Sect Master was, how could they dare complain? With such strength, there was no need to put the three great forces' young lords in their eyes, unless the elders of these forces arrived. Fan Hong was even more so, quickly running over to pay his respects. Purple Fern Valley disciple Fan Hong greets Senior. The sect master smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, just turning his eyes to the field. During this period of delay, whether it was Yang Kai's star mark or Bai Yunfeng's heaven's gathering star, both of them had condensed their qi to its peak. The two martial skills were somewhat similar, both were extremely lethal, but they needed time to increase their momentum. In just a few breaths of time, their momentum had reached its peak. Yang Kai! Bai Yunfeng roared, his eyes angrily staring towards Yang Kai. Come! Yang Kai didn't show any fear, the back of his hand flashing with stars, his figure flickered, creating a star field around him. The two majestic energies quickly approached each other and then collided. This kind of peak martial skill collision, even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked. Like a blazing sun exploding, the light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes, but under the divine senses of these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yang Kai or Bai Yunfeng, the Yuan Qi in their bodies had suddenly become chaotic, their auras stagnating, and a violent sound rang out as the two were sent flying in different directions. When the light dissipated, the sound of the two men's heavy breathing could be heard. A deep pit more than a dozen meters wide had appeared in the ground. Separated by about 300 meters, Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both stood up shakily. Chapter 211. This time's collision had actually ended in a draw. However, looking around, it was obvious that Yang Kai's injuries were more serious than Bai Yunfeng's. Even so, it was still shocking to see. A peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator was able to fight so fiercely with a Yuan Qi First Order cultivator, and in a direct confrontation of martial skills. Didn't this mean that the martial skill he possessed was even stronger than the Bai family's secret skill, Heaven's Gathering Star? It really was a mysterious grade martial skill. The two young men, both covered in blood, stared at each other. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. He had never expected that Yang Kai would still be able to stand up. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of weakness, he was actually fighting more valiantly. I said, today you will definitely die, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. Bai Yunfeng roared ferociously. Although he and Yang Kai had no previous grievances, today's battle had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. As a young lord of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng was simply unwilling to accept this fact. With so many people watching, if he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, wouldn't his previous words be the same as slapping his own face? With a roar, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled, and on it were countless pictures of rare demonic beasts. The Bai family's Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, 100 Beast Diagram. Dong Qing Han's expression changed as he exclaimed. Although it seemed like he had inadvertently shouted out, in fact, he was trying to wake Yang Kai up. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again as he continued to pour Yuan Qi into his artifact. With the influx of Yuan Qi, the monster beast patterns in the 100 Beast diagram began to faintly move, and immediately, a burst of light rushed out from the diagram, transforming into a variety of monster beasts, all of them ferociously rushing towards Yang Kai. In order to kill Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had exhausted all of his means. This artifact was his biggest trump card, and also his final attack. He didn't believe that an unknown disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could survive the onslaught of hundreds of beasts. More and more dazzling lights appeared in the air, and all kinds of strange monster beasts materialized. They were like thousands of galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai roared, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. A crimson sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shura sword. the Azura's gate's most precious treasure. With the Shura sword in hand, Yang Kai's already ruthless Yuan Qi became even more violent at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they stared fixedly at the crimson sword. All of them were able to sense dense and material killing intent from this sword, and when they looked at this sword, it was as if they'd seen a blood-red world. At that place, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were piled up into mountains, and a bloody aura that caused one to be terrified suffused the air. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards quickly protected their young lords and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intent. Meng Wuya's expression changed slightly. The same was true for High Heaven Pavilion's Sect Master. The two of them had never thought that Yang Kai would actually be able to bring out such a powerful weapon. This was completely beyond their expectations. As the hundreds of beasts rushed forward, Yang Kai raised his sword and swept it across. As the sword swept through, the monster beast let out a mournful cry before completely dissipating. Yang Kai rushed forward, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness, but Bai Yunfeng, who was still calm, finally showed a change in expression. He had never expected that even after using his most powerful artifact, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. The monster beast that rushed out of the 100-beast diagram couldn't stop him at all. One monster beast after another was cut down, the distance between Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng was almost unable to move. He could only mechanically urge his Yuan Qi, pouring it into the 100-beast diagram in an attempt to block Yang Kai. This kind of action was meaningless, only accelerating the consumption of his Yuan Qi. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Bai Yunfeng, his cold eyes faintly sweeping over him. Then he raised the Azura sword in his hand and fiercely chopped down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they could see that Yang Kai's sword was not aimed at Bai Yunfeng, but at the 100-beast diagram. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. The blood-red sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, ruthlessly cutting through the 100-beast diagram. The few demonic beasts that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant. A ring of dense light appeared on the 100-beasts diagram, and a gap was created when the sword edge swept across it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 100-beast diagram was an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, although it was not a defensive artifact. How could it be so fragile? A sword cut through the diagram, and a big gap appeared. How sharp was this sword? What kind of artifact was it? Shwa, the Azura sword was swung backwards, and the gap was widened a lot. Another sword light flashed, accompanied by a tearing sound, and the Earth-grade mid-rank 100-beast diagram was cut in half, falling to the ground. 3 swords. Destroying an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. No one dared to believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword turned, shaking out a sword flower, and stabbed towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Please show mercy. The two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could not stand it anymore. Just now they were restrained by Meng Wuya, so they did not dare to make the slightest move, but now seeing Yang Kai actually want to take Bai Yunfeng's life, they did not hesitate and quickly shouted. While shouting, they quickly rushed over. Meng Wuya did not stop them. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were really different. The two of them almost instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, one of them flicking his finger towards the Azura sword while the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding sound, the Azura sword's trajectory deviated, and Bai Yunfeng's life was saved. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue. With these two guarding him, he could not kill Bai Yunfeng. Young master, please show mercy. My young lord's skill is inferior and has already been defeated. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master who blocked the Azura sword frowned and anxiously said. Although his tone was somewhat dissatisfied, there was absolutely no disrespect. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally putting away the Azura sword. A great battle had come to an end. This battle was not on the same level, but the final result was that the one with the lower strength had won, which made everyone somewhat confused. You have all come to High Heaven Pavilion as guests, and this old master welcomes you, but High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The sect master's expression was like an ancient well, and although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Once these words reached the ears of the many masters, they all became flustered. The Bai family did not have the face to remain here, one of them holding Bai Yunfeng while the other picked up the 100-beast diagram fragment that had fallen to the ground, cupping his fists and saying, "These days we have disturbed you, we hope High Heaven Pavilion will forgive us, the Bai family will definitely come to apologize." Finished speaking, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly left with Bai Yunfeng. The people from Purple Fern Valley did not dare to stay any longer. Originally, they had looked down on this small sect. After arriving here, they had put on a superior appearance to recruit talents, but today, two terrifying masters had appeared one after another, and a separation and reunion boundary first stage disciple from High Heaven Pavilion had almost killed the Bai family young lord, causing the people from Purple Fern Valley to tremble in fear. High Heaven Pavilion could not be underestimated. With such a powerful master in charge, any random disciple was a madman, a group of terrifying existences pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fan Hong and the two immortal Ascension Masters also repeatedly apologized and quickly left. Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards also did the same. Before leaving, Dong Qing Han glanced over at Yang Kai, the shock in his eyes had not yet faded. Outside the field, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples had gathered. This battle was too earth-shattering. Not only had it attracted the attention of the 5 great elders, many of the disciples who had heard the commotion had also come to watch. Su Xianwu coldly glanced over at the group of disciples and loudly said, "Disciples who have been in contact with the 3 great forces these days, leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is just a small sect, not a place for you to stay, so as not to ruin your future." Hearing this sentence, many people's expressions darkened, feeling extremely annoyed. They were all disciples who had been recruited by the 3 great forces. They had thought that by joining one of the 3 great forces, they would have a better life, but they had not expected that their own sect would also be so prestigious. After the sect master and treasurer Meng appeared, these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as obedient as rabbits. At this moment, these disciples' hearts were filled with regret. But since the second elder had already said so, how could they still shamelessly stay? In the field, Yang Kai restrained his aura and stared at the High Heaven Pavilion sect master faintly, his eyes filled with some doubt, but also some relief. Meng Wuyi grinned meaningfully before his figure flickered and disappeared. Everyone disperse. The sect master waved his hand, then turned to Yang Kai, his face showing a kind expression as he said, "Come with me." The 5 great elders all looked surprised. They had not expected that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's eyes. Now that he had been summoned, naturally there would be benefits for him. Yang Kai nodded. There were many questions and doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, following the sect master step by step, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all stared at Yang Kai, all of their previous contempt and discrimination replaced with shock and panic. After passing through many buildings, the group arrived at a secluded area. This was the sect master's retreat. Normally even the 5 great elders were not allowed to set foot here. There was a courtyard and several thatched cottages, simple and crude, but there were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which were very common outside. The sect master's retreat did not have the slightest luxurious things, only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the cottages, the sect master only gave him a set of clothes and a bottle of pills. "Heal your wounds first, then change your clothes and come find me," the sect master said, then floated away. Although there were many questions, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to ask, instead entering the cottage, taking out a pill and swallowing it. Today's battle could be described as extremely difficult. Yuan Qi realm masters were not easy to deal with, and during the confrontation, Yang Kai suffered losses. If not for the star mark, he may have been defeated. The Bai family's Heaven's Gathering Dipper was extraordinary, not much worse than the star mark. Today's battle could be said to have been led by Yang Kai himself. Although there was a hint of jealousy, it was not the main reason. Yang Kai just wanted to confirm many of his speculations at this critical moment. Why did the fourth Master Yang want him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What kind of relationship did he have with this place? Was this the place where he used to train? There were many profound meanings, but Yang Kai could not guess them all. Since he couldn't guess them, then he would draw a big lottery. If he couldn't clean up after himself, there would always be someone to clean up after him. And this person who would clean up after him was the key figure. But Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he would draw out would actually be the High Heaven Pavilion sect master. Chapter 212. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. Inside the courtyard, the sect master stood under a plum blossom tree, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes staring into the distance. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't say anything to disturb him, simply standing there and following his gaze. He saw several flower buds on a branch, slowly blooming in the cold wind. One old and one young man stood there for a full day and night, waiting for these flower buds to fully bloom before the sect master turned around and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal," Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master, or 11th elder?" The person in front of him was not only High Heaven Pavilion sect master, Ling Tai Su, but also the 11th elder he had met at the Coiling Dragon Stream. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion, so although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Later, when he heard Sassafras talk about High Heaven Pavilion, he was able to confirm the 11th elder's true identity. High Heaven Pavilion didn't have an 11th elder, but the current Ling Tai Su was the 11th sect master. He was a man of great talent and vision, but because of his two disciples, he had fallen into decline for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the two disciples he had accepted more than 10 years ago, Ling Tai Su would certainly have more strength than he had now. If the knot in his heart couldn't be untied, he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach the next level. Ling Tai Su smiled, "As you wish." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Tai Su interrupted him. "I know you have a lot of questions. Please enlighten me, sect master." Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had already guessed what he wanted to ask, so there was no need to ask. Ling Tai Su's eyes were deep, a touch of reminiscence appearing on his face. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old master has only accepted 2 disciples in his life. The eldest was simple and kind, while the second was shrewd and intelligent. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would have been pillars of High Heaven Pavilion, leading our sect to glory. But the world is unpredictable, and the second was too competitive. He was actually willing to fall into the evil path and even tried to kill boss. This is something that cannot be tolerated by common sense." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had heard this story from Sassafras before. However, the sect leader was the person involved in this matter. Now that he was talking about it, there was definitely an unusual meaning behind it. According to the rumors outside, eldest brother was killed and second brother was sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, is that right? Yang Kai nodded. Ling Tai Su chuckled, this rumor is only half true. Second brother is indeed sealed in the coiling dragon stream, but eldest brother is not dead. Ling Tai Su proudly declared, this old master's eldest disciple is called Yang Yingfeng. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, his face filled with shock. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. Yang Yingfeng. The name of the Yang family's fourth master Yang, which was also the name of Yang Kai's father. Unexpectedly, the fourth master Yang really was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's more, he was Ling Tai Su's eldest disciple, the unlucky eldest brother who was rumored to have been killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father had been plagued with a chronic illness all these years, making it difficult for him to improve his strength. Presumably, it was because he had been injured by the second junior brother who had fallen into the evil path. No wonder he had asked him to come to High Heaven Pavilion. It turned out there was such a relationship between them. According to seniority, you should call me Grand Master. Ling Tai Su smiled slightly. Disciple greets Grand Master. Yang Kai somewhat unwillingly bowed. Ling Tai Su saw Yang Kai's expression but didn't become angry. He just chuckled and said, you blame me for turning a blind eye to your identity and making you suffer, isn't that right? A little. Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice. During his first 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion, he had suffered a lot. The fickleness of the world. But he didn't care too much about his own suffering. It was because he didn't have the ability. How could he blame it on others? Others weren't born to be his nanny, why should they take care of him? Don't blame this old master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang family's fourth master Yang. This old master hasn't completely vented his anger. Ling Tai Su snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his neck. He wasn't a fool. How could he not understand the meaning of Ling Tai Su's words? The Yang family's disciples were like cuckoo eggs, they couldn't be raised properly. When the fourth master Yang came here, he must have been loved by Ling Tai Su, but he never thought that after 10 years of painstaking effort and hard work, he would only end up benefiting someone else. If his second brother hadn't fallen into the demonic path, Ling Tai Su would still have some hope. But his honest and loyal eldest brother was the Yang family's ingrate and his second brother had also fallen into the demonic path. In the end, Ling Tai Su's efforts were all for naught and he was unable to break through his bottleneck. In other words, the fourth master Yang had to bear a large part of the responsibility for Ling Tai Su's knot. As the saying goes, the son must repay the father's debts. The fourth master Yang owed Ling Tai Su. So how could Yang Kai stay out of it? Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly smiled and said, Grand Master, please calm down. The fourth master Yang isn't a good person, you don't need to lower yourself to his level. Ling Tai Su originally had a straight face, but seeing Yang Kai's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. Eldest brother is such a dull person, how did he raise such a slippery little brat like you? A real man knows when to yield and when not to yield. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking and wasn't really angry. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath and slowly said, eldest brother is not a person who lies. In fact, 3 years after he entered the pavilion, he had already told this old master his identity, so this old master was already mentally prepared for his departure from High Heaven Pavilion. You don't need to worry too much about it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and flattered, Grand Master is magnanimous. When I return to the Yang family, I will teach him a lesson for you. Ling Tai Su's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. The day you arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, this old master received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't bother with you was because of your father's own intentions. In the letter, he said that you weren't suitable for cultivation and only hoped that you could safely spend 10 years in High Heaven Pavilion until the Yang family called you back. Ling Tai Su explained. Do you know why you aren't suitable for cultivation? Ling Tai Su asked. Father said that I was born with a deficiency. Yang Kai frowned. And, because eldest brother was seriously injured and has not been able to recover for many years, leading to your birth with a congenital deficiency. Ling Tai Su nodded, immediately turning his eyes towards Yang Kai. A congenital deficiency is almost impossible to cure, but now you can cultivate again, and with your outstanding talent, your strength is improving rapidly. This old master doesn't care what kind of mysteries lie behind this, but in the future, unless your parents ask, you must not reveal anything about this matter to anyone else. Yang Kai nodded again and again. Although this was the first time he had spoken so openly with this Grand Master, Yang Kai could feel his care and concern. In fact, if you were just an ordinary person, this old master really wouldn't care about you. You are the happiest person alive. Even if you suffer and are bullied, you are still alive. But since you have both talent and strength, this old master can't ignore you. The reason you made such a ruckus yesterday was to draw this old master out, right? Yang Kai smiled. I didn't think it would be you. I just thought it would be one of the 5 great elders who had a relationship with my father. Ling Tai Su chuckled. It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here, first to ensure your safety, and second to let you resolve the knot in my heart. Eldest brother is too simple, thinking that this old master's knot is because of him. In fact, this old master has never blamed him. When Yang Kai heard this, he could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort him. Good, your doubts have been answered, right? Ling Tai Su smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. These days, he had been thinking about many things, but there were many things he couldn't understand. Today, after talking with his Grand Master, he had finally been enlightened. Now it's this old master's turn. Ling Tai Su said seriously. Grand Master, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Your aura. Ling Tai Su's face was very serious. In the battle 2 days ago, I noticed your aura was bloody and violent, not at all inferior to my second brother's. This old master only wants to ask you one thing, are you cultivating some kind of evil secret art? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew that the unyielding will was strange and quickly displayed this mysterious martial skill. His yuan qi surged, and Yang Kai's strength directly jumped from the separation and reunion boundary first stage to the peak separation and reunion boundary, his body filled with evil qi. Murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else around, as if he was the only one in this world. Ling Tai Su's pair of deep eyes stared into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he could see into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. Take out your sword. Ling Tai Su shouted. A crimson sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with the Azura sword in hand, his murderous intent became even more substantial. This Azura sect artifact and Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to have some kind of affinity, resonating with each other. With the sword in hand and without it, Yang Kai was like a completely different person. Ling Tai Su stared at Yang Kai for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his mood, his expression gradually becoming relaxed, then immediately becoming shocked, his expression changing in an unpredictable manner. After a long time, Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Yang Kai put away the Azura sword and dispersed the unyielding will, returning to his normal state. It seems to have become the demon race, but in fact, it's not. Ling Tai Su frowned slightly. Is your soul awake? Strange, such a violent and bloody aura, even if this old master were to endure it for a long time, it would inevitably trigger a heart demon and disturb his mind. How can you not be affected? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. Yes, you cultivate a yang attribute secret art. Extreme yang, it is the nemesis of the evil yin aura. With the yang attribute yuan qi protecting you, you can avoid falling into depravity. After saying this, Ling Tai Su was stunned. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Ling Tai Su knew that Yang Kai must have some secret that allowed these two auras to combine, he didn't ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Tai Su said, "You caused a ruckus 2 days ago, and even revealed the news of a profound grade martial skill. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Then I'll go out and lie low for a while." Yang Kai already had a plan. Ling Tai Su smiled. "Where can you hide? For the time being, don't run around, just stay in the sect." Oh. Chapter 213. Only after Yang Kai left did Ling Tai Su's expression gradually become dignified. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not a hindrance to him, Ling Tai Su had no choice but to consider a deeper level. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tai Su let out a long sigh. Could it be that this little brat wants to use slaughter to prove his martial Tao? The bloodthirsty and violent aura that made him feel uneasy had already penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bones. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the true essence of martial Tao, there were only 2 ways. One was to eliminate this aura and change to a more peaceful secret art. However, Yang Kai was congenitally deficient, and it was not easy for him to achieve today's achievements. If he changed his secret art and became ordinary again, how could he bear it? Forever standing at the bottom and unable to see the top was one thing. But once a person stood at the top and suddenly fell to the bottom, no one could bear such a blow. If he couldn't change his secret art, then he could only display his bloodthirsty and violent aura to the extreme, growing stronger as his strength grew. Only then could he pry into the mysteries of martial Tao. One was to destroy and then establish. One could not be established without destruction. The other was to enter the Tao through slaughter. The future was full of obstacles, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. Since ancient times, very few people who entered the martial Tao through slaughter had a good ending. Because those who entered the Tao through slaughter would always have more enemies than friends, and it was more likely that they would lose themselves in slaughter and become the demon race. He was just a child, could he persevere? After leaving the sect master's place, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion and took out the pills Xia Ning Chang had refined for him, swallowing them to improve his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, burning a strange incense that suppressed the circulation of his true Yang secret art. For the next 10 days or so, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in his secluded cave mansion, firstly to consume pills and secondly to nourish the 2 artifacts he had just refined. The Azura sword had played a great role in his battle with Bai Yunfeng, and although he hadn't used the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, since it was also a sect-guarding artifact of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, the power of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia would certainly not be lacking. Every day, when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai would practice the unyielding golden skeleton. Now that his strength had increased and his physical fitness had increased, his progress in practicing the unyielding golden skeleton had also increased by a large margin. He had almost completed 1/3 of the way, but the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Every time he performed a move, the bones in his body would explode like beans. The Immortal's Cave was quiet and serene. It was indeed a good place for closed-door meditation. Xia Ning Chang, the little senior sister, would occasionally come over and bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. When they were bored, the 2 of them would also chat. Occasionally, Xia Ning Chang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this happened, no matter how Yang Kai tried to wake her up, he would not be able to do so. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard the sect master's voice, "Do you know how to kill?" When the voice suddenly appeared, Yang Kai was startled and reflexively jumped up from his seat. After recalling that it was Ling Tai Su's voice, he understood that it was just a false alarm. Grand Master. Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find Ling Tai Su's figure. However, he was keenly aware of a divine sense wandering around him. Ling Tai Su asked again. Only then did Kai Yang reply, "Yes." What kind of people deserve to be killed? Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Those who plot against me, kill them. Those who harm my friends and family, kill them. Those who hinder my cultivation, kill them. Those who steal my treasures, kill them. If people don't provoke me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Tai Su heard him or not, but after Yang Kai finished answering, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Tai Su said, "Prepare yourself, in half a month I'll take you to a place." Yes. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but he could faintly guess that Ling Tai Su seemed to have some kind of plan, and one that was quite difficult to choose. Otherwise, after answering that question, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Ling Tai Su was his Grand Master, and his strength was profound. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have already taken action. Half a month was neither too long nor too short, so Yang Kai was more and more diligent in cultivating and swallowing pills. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Su Yan came to visit him one night, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle for a long time, after which they diligently dual cultivated. The benefits of dual cultivation were now obvious to Yang Kai. The Yuan Qi in his body was becoming purer and purer, not yet reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but not inferior to the Yuan Qi of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator. Otherwise, when he fought with Bai Yunfeng that day, his palm blade wouldn't have been able to break through his heaven's net. Whether it was Yang Kai or Su Yan, both of them were diligent in dual cultivating, and although they didn't do it many times, the quality was frighteningly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai had also swallowed all the pills refined by Xiaoning Chang. Not only that, while meditating in the coiling dragon stream, he had also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, allowing him to break through to the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the cave entrance when he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, and soon after, two figures entered his cave mansion one after the other. Grand Master. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looking at the other person and asking, "Treasurer Meng?" "Ha ha ha." Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, his old face scrunched up into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what Meng Wuya was so happy about. Suddenly, Meng Wuya's smile disappeared, and he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, his eyes flashing as he slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder with one hand and the other on his dantian, angrily shouting, "Get out of here for this old master." Ling Tai Su looked at Meng Wuya in surprise, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intent, he didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, unable to move. A separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator in front of an old monster like Meng Wuya was no different from a baby. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, and Yang Kai heard the old demon's cries of alarm and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had summoned the old demon back, but even if he hid inside his body, he still couldn't escape Meng Wuya's eyes. Even Sect Master Ling Tai Su couldn't see through this secret, but in front of Meng Wuya, the difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. Meng Wuya's hand formed a claw, and like a dragon sucking in water, he fiercely pulled out a black chi, which was the old demon wrapped in the Soulbreaker All. Perceiving Meng Wuya's murderous intent, the old demon screamed in horror, the black chi tumbling over and over again, transforming into a ferocious face, but he still couldn't break free from Meng Wuya's grasp. Ling Tai Su paled. "Treasurer Meng, please show mercy." Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Meng Wuya would kill the old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Do you know what this is?" "The devil's soul." Yang Kai nodded. "If you know, then you still dare to let him into your body. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him?" Meng Wuya was stunned. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy who didn't understand the situation and accidentally fell into the trap of the old demon's soul, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. "He can't swallow me," Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "The old demon has already recognized me as his master. His life and death is in my hands." "Recognized you as his master?" This time Meng Wuya was shocked. Although he had pulled out the old demon's soul, he could still feel how powerful this person was when he was alive. Now he was just too weak to display his full strength, but if he could recover, then the entire High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. "How did he recognize you as his master?" This was a matter of great importance, so Meng Wuya had no choice but to be cautious. Yang Kai quickly explained what had happened when the old demon recognized him as his master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed and he nodded slightly. "Good, so he is indeed under your control. You don't need to worry about him harming you. Release me quickly. This old master is loyal to the young master. This loyalty can be seen by the heavens, the sun, and the moon. Why are you holding this old master in your hands, you little thing? If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" The old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. He had been scared half to death just a moment ago, but now that there was no danger, he immediately became stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him evilly and sneered, "If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" Meng Wuya's words were exactly the same as what the old demon had just said, but if one thought about it carefully, the deeper meaning was quite different. The old demon was stunned and immediately lost his voice. You, Meng Wuya coldly snorted and loosened his restraints. The old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly wrapping himself in a mass of black chi and rushing into Yang Kai's body, not daring to show himself again. Damn, this old master has been hiding so deeply, yet he still couldn't hide from this old bastard's investigation. This old bastard isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. During the whole process, Ling Tai Su had not made a sound, but now he opened his mouth and said, "Old demons can't be trusted easily, you must be careful. Disciple knows his limits." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you ready?" A few days ago, he had already greeted Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, so there was nothing to prepare now. "Then let's go." Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave mansion and plunged downwards, Meng Wuya following closely behind. The wind whistled as they entered the bottomless coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Grandmaster said that he was going to take him to the depths of the coiling dragon stream. No, he said that there were many dangers at the bottom, and even he wouldn't dare to rashly enter, so there was no way he would take him into danger. After falling a few hundred meters, Ling Tai Su suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya stood in the air, staring at the stone wall in front of them. "Is this the place?" Meng Wuya asked. Ling Tai Su nodded. "You and I will work together and pour in yuan qi." "Okay. I'll have to trouble you this time. Why are you being so polite? You're treating me like an outsider." Meng Wuya's mouth was wide open, revealing his molars. As long as he could send this little brat Yang Kai away, not to mention spending a trifling amount of yuan qi, this old master would even call him father. So when Meng Wuye heard that Ling Tai Su wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a certain place, old man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 2:14. Let's begin, Ling Tai Su said in a low voice, then activated his Yuan Qi and pressed his palm against the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuye pressed his palm against the other side and also activated his Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi of the two-peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was like a flood that broke through a dam, fiercely pouring into the stone wall in front of them. The seemingly ordinary stone wall seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at this moment. The Yuan Qi poured into it and disappeared without even making a ripple. Kai Yang watched from the side, silent, but in fact, his heart was also filled with monstrous waves. There must be some kind of profound mystery in this stone wall, otherwise, it wouldn't be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall was under the coiling dragon stream, so it might be related to the stream. After a cup of tea's worth of time, both Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuye's foreheads began to sweat. They had been pouring out their Yuan Qi for such a long time, so it wasn't a small burden on them. Brother Ling, did you remember the wrong place? Meng Wuye frowned and asked. It's here, Ling Tai Su said with certainty. After a while, the stone wall finally reacted. A layer of black ripples suddenly surged out from the ordinary stone wall, with one point as the center, quickly spreading in all directions. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuye saw this and increased the output of their Yuan Qi. The ripples grew larger and larger, more and more violent, as if pebbles were continuously being thrown into a calm lake. In the end, the layers of ripples actually surged out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of him to look extremely strange. It shook so much that it made them dizzy. Meng Wuye's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor that connects the two places. Brother Ling, the strength of your High Heaven Pavilion's founder is extraordinary." Ling Tai Su smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew his hand. Meng Wuye also hurriedly retreated. Although the two of them had stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them didn't stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After a while, the layers of ripples actually became solid, spinning and spreading outwards. Suddenly, a black hole appeared on the stone wall. Looking at this hole that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Meng Wuye looked at him with a smile, gently patting Yang Kai's shoulder, his face full of sincerity and reluctance. He said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Treasurer Meng was too affectionate today. When I'm not here, I hope that Brother Wuye can take care of High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su exhorted before leading Kai Yang into the black hole in front of him. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuye standing in the air, his smile more beautiful than a flower, waving his hand at him in a very friendly manner. After Ling Tai Su and Kai Yang's figures disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuye stood in place for a long time before laughing loudly to the sky. Ha 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 ha, his laughter shook the heavens and earth, waking up countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were sleeping and meditating. They couldn't help but shiver. The heavens had mercy on that smelly brat and sent him far away. Now there was no one to disturb his precious disciple's heart. And he just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Wouldn't it take at least 1 to 2 hours? After such a long time, perhaps his precious disciple would forget about him. Without this burden, his disciple would be able to cultivate quickly and grow up without any worries. Thinking of this, Meng Wuye laughed again. After Ling Tai Su entered the black hole, everything around them was chaotic, but it only took 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai felt his vision blur, and then he and his Grand Master appeared in a strange land. Ling Tai Su looked around, and then quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, he found a place to hide and put Yang Kai down, saying, "Protect me, I need to recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, guessing in his heart that his Grand Master had not been able to endure the torment just now. Ling Tai Su took out a pill and swallowed it before sitting down and meditating for about 2 hours before standing up, picking up Yang Kai and flying forward without hesitation. Flying with someone carrying him was completely different from flying on your own. Ling Tai Su used his Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kai, so he didn't feel the wind at all. "Grand Master, what is that black hole under the coiling dragon stream?" Yang Kai was full of questions. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. It is a void corridor that connects the 2 ends of the world. With that place, one can easily cross from High Heaven Pavilion to another place. As for the specifics, I don't know. After all, compared to the ancestral founder, my strength is too insignificant. How far did we cross just now? Yang Kai was shocked, never having thought that there would be such a wonderful thing as a void corridor in this world. About 10,000 kilometers. Ling Tai Su's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya poured their Yuan Qi into the stone wall until the time they left, only half an hour had passed, yet in just half an hour they had traveled 10,000 kilometers. This kind of thing was simply too incredible, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality was also quite good. After all, he had experienced great changes, so after a moment of shock, he quickly calmed himself down. "Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you?" Ling Tai Su glanced at him. "If Grand Master wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. In any case, it won't be bad for me." "You're quite optimistic." Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deep as he slowly said, "The place I want to send you to is a land of slaughter. There, you don't need any reason or excuse to kill. The strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. This is a place where the law of the jungle is played out vividly. You must be mentally prepared." Yang Kai was surprised. "What are we going to do there?" "Cultivate, become stronger, and pry into the true meaning of martial arts." Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. "If you don't want to go, I can take you back now." "Of course I'm going." Yang Kai was excited when he heard about cultivating and becoming stronger. The desire for strength was something every cultivator had. Only by becoming stronger could one not be humiliated and bullied, and only by becoming stronger could one go further on the path of martial arts and live a good life. Even if your life is in danger at all times, you still want to go. Ling Tai Su's mouth showed a gratified smile. "Of course I'm going." "Ha ha ha. You're really different from Big Brother." In the past, I also asked Big Brother this question. Can you guess what he said? Yang Kai thought for a moment, then imitated the expression and tone of the 4th Master Yang, and said with a sincere face, "I don't want to kill people, I'm not going." Ling Tai Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed, not a single word wrong. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. It seems the reverse is also true. If you don't want to kill, you will only be harmed in the end. You young family members are all like wolves, tigers, leopards. If you don't become strong, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's current aura was bloody and violent. If he did not have enough strength to protect himself and his family, if he was bullied in the future, he would not be able to resist and would be affected by that aura. Instead of falling into the path of evil and becoming a public enemy in the future, it was better to go all out now. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, don't blame this old master for being ruthless and taking him away without telling you, because with your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Grand Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Not us, just you. I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Netherworld Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened and his face couldn't help twitching, hesitating for a long time before asking, Grand Master, the Netherworld Mountain you speak of, is it that Netherworld Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face twitched even more. Netherworld Mountain was almost famous in the world. It was notorious because it was a forbidden area for any cultivator. Those who stepped in died, and no one had ever been able to escape from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this was just a rumor that exaggerated the danger of Netherworld Mountain, but it was undeniable that Netherworld Mountain was indeed dangerous. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion's Black Wind Mountain Range, it was more than 10 times more dangerous. In Black Wind Mountain Range, an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could travel unimpeded, unless they were unlucky and ran into a particularly ferocious monster beast. But in Netherworld Mountain, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to survive. The difference between the two could be seen. It was precisely because of this danger that it was called a forbidden area, and there was only one such forbidden area in the entire Great Han Dynasty. However, the world was vast, and there were many other forbidden zones like Netherworld Mountain. Yang Kai had once heard that in the Tian Lang Dynasty, which was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, there was a forbidden zone called the Abandoned Earth. All kinds of dangers were on par with Netherworld Mountain, perhaps even greater. In the forbidden area, strange fierce beasts could be found everywhere, and in the jungle there were many unknown dangers. Going there was simply courting death. But Yang Kai guessed that Ling Tai Su had his own plans, so although his expression changed slightly, he didn't lose his composure. Sure enough, Ling Tai Su seemed to be observing his reaction, and after a long time, he said with satisfaction, "We won't go deep into Netherworld Mountain, only 500 li. There is a very strange place that is suitable for a cultivator like you to experience." What kind of place? Yang Kai asked. I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange place. Back then, this old man was also brought there by my master to gain experience. That's why I know of the existence of that place. Back then, I wanted to send your father there, but he refused. Many people know of the existence of that place, and now that the time has come, I'm afraid many people have already gone there in advance. Whether we can get a place is still uncertain. If we can go in smoothly, you must remember one thing, everyone who appears there is an enemy. Never trust anyone. I know. You don't know. Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head, and his tone became more serious. That place is special, creating a situation where there are enemies everywhere. Let me tell you this, in that place, the Yuan Qi and blood essence of the people who are killed will condense into a blood bead, and this blood bead can be absorbed by anyone, increasing their strength without any worries. What? Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 2:15. Now you should understand why I said that you don't need any reason or excuse to kill someone there, right? The blood beads obtained after killing someone are the best excuse and reason. In that place, a life is only a cornerstone to becoming stronger, especially since you're only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator. It's easier for others to target you. Ling Tai Su said in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, but more than that, he was excited and pleasantly surprised. Ling Tai Su saw the expression on Yang Kai's face and couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat really wanted to prove his martial Dao through killing. If it were any other separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator who heard this, they would likely flee in fear, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eager to try, wishing he could immediately run to that place and immerse himself in endless slaughter. In that place, there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. Even if Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to kill someone, there would still be someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, there were many evil cultivators there, all of whom deserved to be killed. Along the way, Ling Tai Su told Yang Kai a lot of information about that place. After all, he had experienced it many years ago and had personal experience, all of which were invaluable treasures. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to miss the slightest bit. According to Ling Tai Su, that place was located in Nether Mountain, but it didn't really belong to Nether Mountain. It was a very strange independent space, and the entrance was in a lake in Nether Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange energy in heaven and earth principles existed inside, but as long as a living thing died inside, its energy and flesh essence would condense into blood beads, including people and monster beast. These blood beads could be consumed by oneself or taken out for others to consume. They were very valuable. Moreover, the stronger the person or monster beast that died, the higher the value of the blood bead, and the greater the improvement it could bring to the person who died. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive artifacts had no effect at all and should have been sealed by some kind of invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. Yang Kai's current strength was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Who knew how many masters of the Yuan Qi boundary would be there? Once he encountered these masters, if he didn't have the Azura sword or the thousand-blossoming blood begonia to assist him, he would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position, or even be killed. But when he thought of others, it was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel better. That isolated world opened once every 10 years, and Yang Kai's luck this time was quite good. Just as he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he managed to catch up with it. If he had come back a few months later, he would definitely have missed it. In the end, Ling Tai Su solemnly gave Yang Kai a small pouch. This pouch was about the size of a palm. There were many intricate patterns engraved on it. The material was strange, but it looked very delicate. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked, puzzled. "I call it the Qinkuan pouch. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, there are many things inside it. It can hold a full square meter of things." Yang Kai's expression changed again as he looked at Ling Tai Su in surprise. He didn't expect that this kind of legendary artifact was specially used to store things. Ling Tai Su actually had one. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid this is the only one. Even your central capital 8 great families don't have one. Ling Tai Su said lightly. Oh. No, Meng Wuya might also have one. But that old thing hid all his treasures and didn't give it to anyone except his disciple. He was really stingy. There are some pills inside for you, use them sparingly. Ling Tai Su said. And, thank you Grand Master. When I come back, I'll return this pouch to you. Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small pouch into his bosom and tucked it close to his chest. This thing was really a supreme artifact. An artifact that could store things. The world had only heard rumors about it, but no one had ever seen it. However, Yang Kai had a wordless black book made from soul-suppressing stone inside his body. That thing could also be used to refine an artifact for storing things, and its grade was definitely much higher than a Qinkuan pouch. However, Yang Kai was sitting on a mountain of treasures right now, but he didn't know how to use it. After flying forward for about a day, a deep mountain range filled with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain. The Great Han Dynasty's only forbidden area. A desolate and ancient aura washed over them. This forbidden area was like a giant dragon that had been here since ancient times, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Arriving at the mountain, before they could even enter, 2 teams rushed out from both sides. 6 people came from the left. Yang Kai stared at them and found that all of them were women. These 6 people were led by an old woman, a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were young girls. The 4 young girls wore small bells on their hands and feet, and as they dashed forward, a clear and melodious tinkling sound rang out, like a mountain stream, refreshing one's senses. Moreover, this group of women were all extraordinarily beautiful. That beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was plump and full. Her jet black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender neck. Every part of her exuded a mature and gorgeous beauty. Especially her pair of eyes, they were like autumn waves that moved one's heartstrings and captivated one's soul. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, causing the sky to turn blue and the flowers to become fragrant. The 4 young girls were even more beautiful. They were in the prime of their lives, and they were graceful as they walked over. Half of their tender arms were exposed, and all of them had snow-white skin. Their jade feet were small and delicate, and their delicate toes outlined a different kind of beauty. They were thin and round, and they smiled sweetly. They were either shy, beautiful, cold like ice, or passionate like fire. When the 4 of them hugged together, it was enough to make any man go crazy. Although the temperaments of these young girls were not as mature and seductive as the beautiful woman, they still had their own unique charm. As for the old woman, although she looked very old, it could be vaguely seen that she must have been quite beautiful when she was young, but the ruthless flowing time great emperor had left many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed up to Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su before stopping 300 meters in front of them. The old woman swept her eyes over the 2 of them and snorted lightly. Those who could come to Nether Mountain at this time obviously had the same purpose. There was a limited number of places to enter this strange space, so naturally, they were competitors. Ling Tai Su smiled at the old woman and whispered to Yang Kai, "They're from a first-class sect, 10,000 Flower Palace. Young people are full of youthful vigor, be careful not to fall into the trap of these little girls, otherwise, they won't even spit out your bones." Yang Kai's eyes were shining as he sized up the 4 young girls with a critical gaze. Hearing Ling Tai Su's words, he immediately put on a serious expression, "Grand Master, rest assured, I will be careful." A moment later, the people on the right also arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su, and behind him were 3 young people, both men and women. All of them had extraordinary strength, but regardless of whether they were men or women, their temperaments were somewhat strange. The 2 young men were even more presumptuous than Yang Kai, their eyes almost glued to the female disciples of 10,000 Flower Palace. This caused the young girl beside them to be very unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. "These are people from Ghost King Valley." Ling Tai Su's expression sank. "You're in trouble." "Why?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "Because Grand Master, I fought with that old man a few times in the past. This is an evil sect, so if you encounter them, you must be careful of their martial arts." Ling Tai Su replied. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that the hands of the 3 people opposite him were a bit strange. Unlike ordinary people, their hands were gloomy and pale, like ghost claws. The old man on the opposite side suddenly sneered, "Ling Tai Su. You're not dead yet." Ling Tai Su snorted, "Guili, you're not dead either." Good. Guili grinned. This old master was worried that if you died, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to take revenge on. "I didn't expect to meet you here today, it's really the heavens taking pity on me." "What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you 50 years ago not enough? Today you want to take the initiative to die?" Ling Tai Su sneered. Without the slightest fear. Guili's expression was fierce. "What's the point of bringing up the past? 50 years ago, I lost to you. That doesn't mean that 50 years later it will still be the same. Do you want to try? Ling Tai Su smiled proudly. Gue Li's eyes were as gloomy as a ghost fire, glaring at Ling Tai Su with resentment and dread. As the two confronted each other, the three Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gue Li also glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Bang. A sound rang out as the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground. If the two of you don't want to fight, why don't we discuss joining forces to enter Netherworld Mountain? The old woman looked at Ling Tai Su and Gue Li faintly. Although Ling Tai Su and Gue Li had grievances between them, they really didn't want to fight now. After all, they were both here for life experience. If they missed the right time, it would ruin their plans. The old woman was also a shrewd person, seeing that both of them needed a way out, so she made this suggestion. Gue Li grinned meaningfully. This old master will give Palace Master Yen face and won't bother with you today, but when this matter is over, Ling Tai Su, you and I will fight. Anytime. Gue Li gloomily looked at Yang Kai, not showing any intention of avoiding him, turning to the three disciples beside him and saying, "Remember this little brat's appearance. When we enter, kill him." "Yes." The three disciples coldly responded. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly memorized the appearances of these three. With the mediation of the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace, Ling Tai Su and Gue Li temporarily put aside their grievances. The three of them briefly discussed for a while, with the old woman leading the way, the four girls following closely behind, and Gue Li in the middle, leading his three disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su would bring up the rear. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in a central position, but with Gue Li, one was on the left and one was on the right. With the protection of these four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the younger generation of disciples could be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise was that Ling Tai Su and Gue Li didn't play any tricks on each other. Ling Tai Su naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but Gue Li was a different story. Because of this concern, the old woman had Ling Tai Su bring up the rear to prevent Gue Li from launching a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Gue Li was also a sensible person, so along the way, he didn't make any moves, only honestly guarding his position. Nether Mountain was notorious for its dangers, so when the group entered, they were all cautious, holding their breaths, because even in the outermost perimeter, there was a chance they would encounter a powerful 5th order or 6th order monster beast. The women from the 10,000 Flower Palace used some unknown method, but the bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make the slightest sound, so the group moved silently. Chapter 2:16. After walking for a short time, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front, as if something was rapidly approaching. The group of young disciples were all on high alert, but the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters remained calm. Schwa, a ferocious head suddenly rushed out of the jungle in front of them, opening its mouth wide to bite at the old woman leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and its two golden triangular eyes flashed with a cruel and gloomy light. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the old woman. The old woman lightly snorted, slightly lifting the crutch in her hand, and gently pointing it forward, hitting it in the middle of the head, and then lifting its chin. The huge head seemed to have been hit by a great force, and was directly swept to the side. Before it landed, the whole head suddenly burst open, and a cloud of blood filled the air. The middle-aged woman's figure flickered, and with a shake of her delicate hand, a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake coming out of its hole, and rolled up a monster core in the blood mist, then quickly returned. Golden-eyed silverback python. A peak 5th order monster beast. Ling Tai Su whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the ground, and sure enough, saw a headless python corpse on the ground. On its back, there was a silver pattern, looking very strange. Everything just happened too fast, and before he could see clearly, the python was already dead, and even its monster core was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Peak Fifth Order was the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary. It was killed by this old woman in a single confrontation, and the strength of this old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace was tyrannical, probably on the same level as Ling Tai Su. Maybe even higher. After all, 10,000 Flower Palace was a first-class sect. Its influence was much larger than High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a social monster beast. Ling Tai Su warned again. Before his voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, and vaguely, many pairs of golden triangular eyes were staring at them from the jungle. They were quickly approaching. The old woman didn't stop, and just shouted, "Hurry up, once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monster beast." The group of people moved faster and faster. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden-eyed silverback pythons leaped up high from all directions, and they opened their bloody mouths as they attacked the group of people. The old woman's walking stick contained incomparable killing power. Often, with just a light tap, a large python would die on the spot. Ghostly and the beautiful woman were in the middle, each using their own methods to protect their disciples. Ghostly was indeed an evil cultivator. He activated his cultivation technique and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a spear-shaped secret treasure in his hand and stabbed left and right, killing all the enemies that came to attack. The beautiful woman's strength was slightly inferior, but it was still easy for her to deal with the level 5 monster beast. As Feng Yun's body moved, it brought with it an intoxicating fragrance. The golden-eyed silverback pythons that rushed towards her were often killed by some inexplicable method before they could even get close. Ling Tai Su didn't use any kind of artifact. The moves were simple and unadorned, but they contained boundless power. The speed at which he killed the monster beast was comparable to that of the old woman. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as one golden-eyed silverback python after another died. Wherever the group passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, not meeting the slightest resistance. Ribbons flew out from the hands of the 4 girls from the myriad flower palace. They weren't going to fight the Yao beasts. Instead, they were going to use the ribbons to retrieve the Yao cores of the Yao beasts that had been killed. The 4 girls were senior sisters from the same sect, so they cooperated closely with each other. 3 of them worked together to blow up the monster beast's head, while the other girl swung her ribbon to collect the monster cores. The value of a level 5 monster beast's monster core was not low. The girls' actions made the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples envious, but they didn't have the same means as the girls, so they could only watch with envy. After the girls obtained the spoils of war, their delicate faces lit up with happy smiles, each of them more beautiful than a flower, and they all felt a little proud. Another golden-eyed silverback python attacked. Ghostleak shook the long spear in his hand and pierced it 7 inches, pouring his fierce Yuan Qi into it and killing it directly. With a flick of his spear, this golden-eyed silverback python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Ghostly wanted to let his disciples take advantage of this situation. However, whether it was intentional or not, this flick of his spear was a little too fierce, and the place where the golden-eyed silverback python fell was actually where Yang Kai was standing. Ling Tai Su's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swish, a male Ghost King Valley disciple rushed out from behind, a grin on his face, Yuan Qi surging from his big white hands like a sharp blade, cutting into the golden-eyed silverback python's huge head. This blow seemed to be aimed at obtaining the monster core, but in fact, it contained a lot of strength, enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back of the group. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and in that split second he noticed the other party's sinister attack, so naturally he wouldn't just sit still and wait for his death. Not wanting to confront him head-on, he simply stretched out his hands, grabbed the dead golden-eyed silverback python, and then threw it to the side with all his strength. The Ghost King Valley disciple who had been grinning ferociously a moment ago suddenly paled. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, both he and the golden-eyed silverback python were thrown more than a dozen meters away. However, his reaction was also quite fast, and while in mid-air, he quickly pulled back his big hands from the python's head and stamped his feet on the python's body, finally coming to a stop. Before he even landed, two giant pythons, which had been waiting for a long time, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards him, their stench making him feel a little dizzy. His face was filled with horror, and his hair stood on end. Don't underestimate the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who could kill these giant pythons as if they were chickens or dogs. After all, the strength of the other party was obvious. If a Yuan Qi cultivator were to encounter one of these giant pythons, they would only end up dead. With the arrival of a crisis, the Ghost King Valley disciple could almost feel the aura of death. He hadn't expected that not only would his plot against Yang Kai fail, but he would also be thrown into such a dangerous situation. This was really a case of not only not harming others, but also harming himself. At this critical moment, Ghostly finally arrived, his long spear sweeping through the air, sending the two giant pythons flying. He then grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw him to the side before quickly returning. In this moment of delay, the 4 female 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had almost been attacked by the giant pythons. If it weren't for the middle-aged beauty's quick reaction, these 4 girls might have really been injured. After Ghostly returned, the middle-aged beauty glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the group and allowed her 10,000 Flower Palace disciples to be injured. Ghostly also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to complain, just coldly glancing towards Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su. In this secret battle, the older generation consciously didn't intervene, but Yang Kai's quick response had caused the Ghost King Valley disciple to suffer a big loss, causing him to secretly bear a grudge and wait for an opportunity to wipe away this shame. Yang Kai didn't care. The other party's elders had clearly stated that they wanted to kill him, so why should he be polite to them? If he continued to be polite, it wouldn't be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, killing more than 20 golden-eyed silverback pythons, they finally left this dangerous place. This was only the outermost area of Netherworld Mountain, yet there was already such a crisis. It was obvious that the Forbidden Zone's name wasn't groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was somewhat exhausted. The old woman was still leading the way in front without saying a word. After running for about 100 miles, they found a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation needed to maintain their vitality while the younger generation also needed to restore their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace snorted and coldly glared at Ghostly. What happened just now will only happen once. This old woman doesn't want to see it happen a second time. Otherwise, the two of you should enter on your own. My 10,000 Flower Palace doesn't want to be associated with people with ill intentions and risk their lives. Ghostly grinned meaningfully. Palace Master Yen can rest assured, it was just this old master's fault. Disciples' actions were a bit too fierce, it was just a misunderstanding. That's for the best. The old woman nodded faintly, walking to the side to meditate. Between the 3 sects, there was a certain distance between each other, all of them silent. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who had tried to plot against him earlier walking towards him step by step. When he was about 10 meters away, this person stared coldly at Yang Kai and grinned. My name is Jin Hao. You'd better scram as far away as you can now, otherwise I'll kill you without mercy. He spouted such arrogant words, completely ignoring Ling Tai Su who was sitting nearby. Ling Tai Su also didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and meditating. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled. Brother Jin, a dog that bites generally doesn't bark. Poochie. A few chuckles came from the other side. It was the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged woman glared at them, causing the 4 girls to quickly purse their lips and pretend to meditate. Jean Hao coldly snorted, "Sharp tongue, you better pray you don't meet me inside." Saying so, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's murderous intent filled his heart. These 3 from Ghost King Valley were destined to be enemies, but their strength was higher than his and they had the advantage in numbers. Once they encountered each other inside, it would likely be a fierce battle. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up and Ling Tai Su and Ghostly opened their eyes at the same time. With the same lineup as before, the group continued to move deeper into Netherworld Mountain. Along the way, they would often be attacked by monster beasts. Netherworld Mountain had a large number of monster beasts, and their ranks were irregular. Some were 3rd order, some were 4th order, and some were 5th order. They even encountered 2 6th order monster beasts. However, the 2 6th order monster beasts obviously knew that this group was not to be trifled with, so after following them for a while, they gave up. Compared to those who came to die, they were much more shrewd. After killing these monster beasts, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace reaped the most bountiful harvest, throwing out ribbons and obtaining monster cores. The 3 from Ghost King Valley also worked together with Ghostly to obtain monster cores, obtaining a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively poor. Along the way, he only obtained 2 5th order monster beast cores, and this was after Ling Tai Su deliberately threw the monster beast's corpse to him. But Kai Yang didn't care. His strength was the lowest, so the more ordinary he appeared, the less likely it would be for him to be targeted. Only by patiently hiding his strength and biding his time would he be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and slowly grow. Chapter 217. Normally, with the speed of this group of people, they would only need 4 hours to cover the short distance of 500 miles. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master would not even need half an hour to fly. However, to travel 500 kilometers in Nether Mountain, it took them 2 full days to reach their destination. The dangers and attacks they encountered along the way were far beyond anyone's expectations. Palace Master Yen, your 10,000 Flower Palace sends people here every 10 years, is it always this dangerous? During one of their breaks, Ling Tai Su asked. The last time he came here was 50 years ago, and although there were monster beasts blocking the way at that time, it was not as frequent as this time. The old woman pondered for a moment before replying, "No, I don't know why this time is like this. I'm afraid something has happened in Nether Mountain, causing some of the weaker monster beasts to be driven to the outskirts." Hearing her say this, Ling Tai Su and Ghostly both paled slightly. "It's not good to stay here for long, let's continue on our way." The old woman also noticed something was wrong and immediately suggested. The group once again set foot on the road, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake, its water clear and sparkling, but the calm surface of the lake gave off a strange aura, causing Yang Kai to faintly feel a sense of unease. Gazing into the distance, he saw groups of people gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were the masters of the Great Han Dynasty's various forces who had brought their disciples here to gain experience. There were many people, some were small, some were large, some were small, only 7 or 8 people, and some were small, only 3 or 4 people. These people were about 300 meters apart from each other, surrounding the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Tai Su's group, all of them showed faint displeasure and vigilance. The old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace nodded slightly to Ling Tai Su, then led the beautiful woman and the 4 young girls towards the lake. The appearance of this group of women immediately attracted the gazes of countless young men. The young girls were used to this kind of scene, so they did not show much emotion, just obediently following behind the old woman, finding a place where no one was around to stop. Ghostly gave Ling Tai Su a sinister smile, then looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Jin Hao coldly snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yang Kai. Then, under Ghost Li's lead, he walked in the opposite direction of the 10,000 Flower Palace people. Let's also find a place, Ling Tai Su said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the spots around the lake had already been occupied by the forces that had arrived first. Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai walked for a long time but still couldn't find a place to stay. However, every time he passed by a group of people, Ling Tai Su would secretly transmit a message to him, telling him which force they belonged to, whether it was good or evil, the strength of the participating disciples, and what kind of sects he should be wary of. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, but his expression did not change. After circling around most of the lake, they finally found a place where no one had occupied it, causing Ling Tai Su to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. After stopping, the two sat down cross-legged and Ling Tai Su began to tell Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake. Yang Kai carefully memorized it all while secretly observing. The more he learned, the more Yang Kai became aware of the dangers of this life experience. These forces all belonged to the Great Han Dynasty. Most of them were first or second grade sects, but there were also some third grade sects. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 disciples, but Yang Kai was the only one who wanted to go in alone to experience the world. Ling Tai Su also wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but High Heaven Pavilion really did not have any good candidates. Su Yan was fine, but she cultivated Ice Heart's secret art, so killing too many people would not be beneficial to her. Xia Ning Chang was also fine, but she was Meng Wuya's disciple. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure, so how could he be willing to let her take such a risk? As for Xia Hongqin, Ling Tai Su did not consider him at all. Bringing him here would only cause trouble for Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who had come to the lake was all higher than Yang Kai, at least separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, and Yuan Qi masters were everywhere. The central capital's 8 great families had not sent anyone, which was good news. Only Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi cultivators below can go in for life experience, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal ascension boundary master. With your strength, if you encounter an enemy at the Yuan Qi 2nd or 3rd stage, you should be able to deal with them, but if you encounter someone stronger, Grand Master will only give you one advice: run. A man should be able to pick up and let go, don't blindly try to win. Picking up is strength, letting go is wisdom. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in this place, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to fight others. Hunting monster beast is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are many people with this idea. If there is someone you can really trust, you may as well join forces with them. This is also a way to survive. N. Grand Master, look over there, which sect are they from? Their dressing is quite strange. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance. Ling Tai Su looked over and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he saw a group of people. Whether it was their dressing or appearance, they were all slightly different from the others. As if they were aware of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai's gazes, the group of people also turned around, their expressions cold and fierce, a strong sense of warning. They're not from the Great Han Dynasty. Ling Tai Su whispered, they're from the Tian Lang Dynasty. The Tian Lang Dynasty's people also came here. Yang Kai was stunned. The Tian Lang Dynasty was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty. Why would a sect from that place come all the way to this forbidden area? The Tian Lang Dynasty's martial arts are fierce. It is said that most of the cultivators' methods are cruel, and they are not from our race. You must be careful if you encounter them. The strength of this group is not something you can resist. Their clothes are quite revealing. Yang Kai watched with great interest. There were 2 women in the Tian Lang dynasty group. Their figures were enchanting, their clothes were very thin, their arms were exposed, and their tight clothes could not hide their proud twin peaks, as if they were about to burst out. The clothes were very small, and when the 2 women moved, their flat bellies and delicate navels were exposed. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, and their clothes only reached their knees, revealing their snow-white calves. Ha! Ling Tai Su helplessly shook his head. He still could not understand, how could such a simple and honest person like Boss give birth to a brat like Yang Kai? As time passed, more and more people came to the lakeside, and according to some kind of rule, all the people were separated from each other by a certain distance, quietly waiting. In less than a day, the lakeside was actually surrounded by a circle of people. The latecomers did not have a place to sit, so naturally they turned their eyes to the weaker people, and after a few words of disagreement, they began to fight. In just a short hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and the people of a small faction, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation who came to gain experience, were all slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since they dared to come here, they had to be prepared for conflict. Their skills were not as good as others and they were killed. They could not blame anyone. Fortunately, although Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were only 2 people, they were not targeted by anyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But good times did not last long. As more and more forces arrived, Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were still noticed by some people. An old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su walked over with 2 young disciples, 1 male and 1 female, and stopped 10 feet in front of Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant, but surprisingly, he did not feel any hostility or murderous intent from this person. The old man in front of him hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists towards Ling Tai Su. This old man is reflecting Moon Sect Shuwen. May I ask for your excellency's name? High Heaven Pavilion, Ling Tai Su. So it is Brother Ling. Shuwen had obviously heard of High Heaven Pavilion, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Brother Ling, please forgive this old man for bringing his disciple all the way here. I didn't expect that so many forces would come to gain experience in this isolated land, causing us to have no place to sit. Ling Tai Su had brought Yang Kai directly across 10,000 kilometers to come here, so although he had set out late, he had still arrived early. This reflecting Moon Sect Shuwen had set out a month ago, but the journey was long, and coupled with the difficulties of entering Netherworld Mountain, he had arrived 2 days later than Ling Tai Su. What advice does Brother Zhua have for me? Since the other party had no malicious intent, Ling Tai Su naturally did not need to give him any face. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still asked. Zhuo laughed dryly and said, "This Zhuo would like to discuss something with Brother Ling. The lake-crossing duckweed can carry 4 people at a time. This Zhuo sees that Brother Ling only has 1 disciple with him, so is it possible for this old man's 2 disciples to take a ride? Otherwise, this Zhuo would have come here for nothing, and would likely become a laughingstock when he returns, disappointing his 2 disciples." Ling Tai Su cast his eyes to the 2 young disciples behind Zhuo. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and the young man said, "Disciple Chen Shueshu greets Senior Ling." The young woman said, "Disciple Su Xiaoyu greets Senior Ling." Both of them bowed respectfully, not showing the slightest dissatisfaction or arrogance. Ling Tai Su took note of their performance and nodded to himself. Reflecting Moon Sect was the same as High Heaven Pavilion, both second-class sects, and none of their disciples were evil. Moreover, this young man and woman both had gentle looks and didn't seem to be people who liked to fight. When he saw Ling Tai Su pondering, Zhuo hurriedly said, "Don't worry Brother Ling, these 2 disciples of mine have kind natures. They're going out to gain experience this time, and they're only going to hunt demon beasts and look for fortuitous encounters. They'll absolutely not do anything that's detrimental to the disciples of your sect. After saying so, he added, if this little brother does not mind, you can also accompany my 2 disciples after entering so they can look after each other. Ling Tai Su already had a plan in mind, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, what do you think? Yang Kai nodded indifferently, you can go in together, but there's no need for companionship. None of them were familiar with each other, and although this Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu looked good, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusted these 2, whether they believed him or not was another matter. Shuo Wen's words were just polite words, how could he take them seriously? Chapter 218. Since this boy has no objections, Brother Zhuo, please go ahead. Ling Tai Su said to Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen couldn't help but sigh in relief and cupped his fists with a smile, many thanks, Brother Ling, Brother Zhuo is too polite. Ling Tai Su nodded lightly, in fact, the 2 of us should also thank Brother Zhuo for helping us out. In fact, the addition of the 3 from the Reflecting Moon sect was only beneficial to Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai. After all, only the 2 of them occupied this place. Now that more and more forces were coming, they might encounter some existences that they couldn't afford to provoke and snatch this place away. With the addition of Zhuo Wen, the situation was different. The 2 immediately became 5 people, with 2 experts guarding them. Even if someone had ideas about this place, they would have to weigh their own limits. Zhuo Wen heard the implication and felt comfortable, laughing loudly as he called his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although this was the first time Ling Tai Su and Zhuo Wen had met, they were both old and experienced, so after a few words, they were already quite familiar with each other. Because Ling Tai Su had made things convenient, Zhuo Wen intended to return the favor, revealing a lot of information about this place. Ling Tai Su happened to lack these things. He had come here 50 years ago, and after 50 years, he didn't know if the place had changed, so he naturally wanted to inquire about it. Zhuo Wen also told him everything he knew. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai learned that this place was first discovered by a few cultivators who came to Netherworld Mountain, and as time passed, more and more people knew about it. But generally speaking, those who knew about this place would guard it as a secret, not wantonly spreading it. So, after hundreds of years, even if more people knew about this place. But it wasn't to the point where the whole world knew about it. This was still the case even now. There were many sects in the Great Han Dynasty, and how many were there? However, the number of forces surrounding the lakeside was less than 1/10 of the total. If the situation escalated to the point where the entire world knew about it. If the whole world knew about this place, there would be a bloody battle every 10 years. Originally, this situation would continue and everyone wouldn't have to fight for a place, but since the opening of this place 30 years ago, more and more forces knew about its existence. Zhuo Wen sighed. What happened? Ling Tai Su asked thoughtfully. That's because some of the disciples who went into the isolated lands to train had obtained a great treasure. Zhuo Wen said in a low voice. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment before continuing, someone obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid from there. Ling Tai Su was slightly moved. Is it the supreme treasure used to refine yuan qi? Zhuo Wen nodded. That's right. As soon as the 3 words brilliant flame liquid came out, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Obviously, they knew how precious this treasure was. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Zhuo Wen saw Yang Kai's expression. He thought to himself that this kid was probably a little ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, how could he not have any reaction? How could he have known that although Yang Kai had never heard of the brilliant flame liquid before, Ling Tai Su's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this thing. But Yang Kai already had the 9th yin yuan condensing dew sealed inside his unyielding golden skeleton. Once he broke through to the yuan qi boundary, he would be able to absorb it and help him transform his yuan qi into yuan qi, so he didn't care too much about this brilliant flame liquid. Good things were generally fought over by countless people. Since he already had the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, there was no need for him to pay attention to this brilliant flame liquid. Zhuowen lightly coughed and continued, if it was just the brilliant flame liquid, then it would have been crazy. It wasn't enough to drive people crazy. However, when that isolated world opened, not only did someone obtain the precious brilliant flame liquid, but someone also obtained the soul-cleansing dew. Ling Tai Su was once again moved. Yang Kai was finally curious, what does the soul-cleansing dew do? Zhuowen smiled lightly. He carefully explained, the brilliant flame liquid can help a cultivator refine their yuan qi, making their yuan qi more pure, while the soul-cleansing dew can help a cultivator open their knowledge sea and cultivate their divine sense. When a cultivator breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary from the yuan qi boundary, with the help of a single drop of the soul-cleansing dew, opening their knowledge sea is easy. There is no obstruction. If a cultivator above the immortal ascension boundary uses the soul-cleansing dew, a single drop can expand their knowledge sea. Their divine sense becomes tough, comparable to many years of bitter cultivation. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Tai Su said, so that's how it is, no wonder there are so many people. Even many separation and reunion boundary youngsters are willing to take the risk. 50 years ago, no separation and reunion boundary cultivator dared to enter. At first, Ling Tai Su thought that the world had changed, and that the young people of today were more daring, but he didn't expect there to be such a reason. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator only had 2 tasks, one was to increase their realm, and the second was to prepare for the transformation of yuan qi into yuan qi. The brilliant flame liquid naturally had a great attraction to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Similarly, a yuan qi cultivator also had 2 tasks, one was to increase their realm, and the second was to open their knowledge sea and cultivate their divine sense. Whether it was the brilliant flame liquid or the soul-cleansing dew, they both wanted it. This was why so many people had come. Yang Kai was also quite excited. He didn't care about the brilliant flame liquid, but the soul-cleansing dew really made him excited. The old demon had once said that his 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed to absorb a lot of soul-nourishing precious treasures in order to grow to 7 colors. This soul-cleansing dew was obviously one of them, and it was one of the most effective. If he could obtain some and consume it, it would be of great help to both his soul-warming lotus and himself. After talking about this, the 2 old men went back to chatting, leaving the 3 young people bored to death. Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu were much better off than Yang Kai. After all, the 2 of them came from the same place and seemed to be a couple, so their eyes were filled with deep affection as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at each other. As if he was aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Shuishu smiled at him and cupped his fists. May I ask junior brother's name? Yang Kai smiled. This humble one's surname is Yang. Yang. Chen Shuishu's eyelids twitched, apparently thinking of the central capital's Yang family, but immediately feeling that it was unlikely, he didn't care much. Junior brother Yang, it seems you don't know much about this place. Chen Shuishu intended to draw the relationship between them closer, so naturally he had to find something to talk about. I was brought here in a daze. Yang Kai nodded. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. Your sect master is right next to you, be careful he doesn't punish you. Chen Shuishu also smiled. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, if there's anything you don't understand, this brother can help you. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai really did have a question he wanted to ask. Why are these forces all separated by a few dozen meters? Is there some kind of special pattern that allows them to choose their own positions? Chen Shuaishu nodded. This brother just happens to know a thing or two. Saying so, he stood up and walked over to the lakeside, beckoning to Yang Kai and pointing down. Junior brother Yang, please take a look. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a patch of green duckweed near the lakeside, but this patch of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. It was about the size of a palm, verdant, and had bright green veins. Where there is duckweed, that's the position they chose. Yang Kai looked up and found that in front of each of these forces there was indeed a patch of duckweed. Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this patch of duckweed. It is the ship that will carry us to that isolated world. Chen Shuaishu said, anyone who wants to enter must first set foot on this patch of duckweed. Without this patch of duckweed, no matter how strong one is, they will not be able to enter. Moreover, there is something strange about this lake. It is impossible to fly above it, and this patch of duckweed cannot carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest cultivator who enters this place is only Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai felt relieved and nodded seriously, becoming more and more humble as he consulted Chen Shuaishu. Su Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time, making the atmosphere very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly said, "It's about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators around the lake began to move. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the entire lake in a brilliant glow, creating a magnificent scene. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended. Even immortal ascension boundary masters seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this aura, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, their faces heavy as they circulated their secret arts to resist. The duckweed on the lakeside began to spin and instantly grew larger, growing to more than 10 meters in length before slowly stopping. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Tai Su and Zhou Wen both shouted at the same time, "Go up!" Yang Kai and the two reflecting moon sect disciples did not hesitate and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen had said before that the duckweed could only carry 4 people, and this was indeed the case. Now that 3 people were standing on it, there was only a small space left. If one more person came up, it would be full. Zhou Wen solemnly exhorted Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu, telling them to be careful inside and not easily get into disputes with others. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Ling Tai Su also reminded Yang Kai, "If anyone provokes you, kill them, don't be soft-hearted, but don't take the initiative to provoke others." And Yang Kai nodded. "Right, you don't have to worry about the things in your secluded home, this old master will take care of them for you. As for that little girl Su Yan, this old master will also help you look after her." Yang Kai's face turned bright red. He had not expected that the matter between him and Su Yan would not be hidden from Ling Tai Su. On top of the duckweed, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully and giggled. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the duckweed under their feet suddenly began to move, like a big ship sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 of them steadily towards the center of the lake, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Looking around, in all directions, there were duckweed and many people standing on top of it. Many of these cultivators were sneering, looking around with malicious intent. Yang Kai also saw the Tian Lang dynasty disciples, whether they were men or women, all of them had fierce looks in their eyes, like beasts ready to devour their prey. Yang Kai also saw the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, Jin Hao once again making a throat-slitting gesture towards Yang Kai. As the duckweed continued to move forward, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and all the people who were riding on the duckweed fell into it without any mental preparation. A series of screams rang out, but they quickly disappeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 219. Day and night were indistinguishable, yin and yang were chaotic, and the heavens and earth were chaotic. This was the most obvious feature of this place. "We're in," Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Chen Shueshu and Yang Kai both hurriedly looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger around, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This isolated world occupied a very large area, and if one didn't come in on the same duckweed, they wouldn't appear together. Yang Kai had also learned about this before, and now that he had seen it, he found it to be true. Yang Kai quietly moved away from Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, and although it wasn't too obvious, Chen Shueshu was still able to see through his intentions. Chen Shueshu didn't mind, simply smiling as he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother Yang, would you like to act together with us? We can take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try alone." Chen Shueshu nodded lightly and didn't insist. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful. Until we meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and used his movement skill to quickly depart. Why did he run so fast? It's not like we're going to eat him. Su Xiaoyu pursed her thin red lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Shueshu chuckled and patted Su Xiaoyu's head. "That's what he's afraid of. But we didn't intend to harm him." Su Xiaoyu said somewhat angrily, "That person's strength is so low, I think he'll die quickly." Chen Shueshu shook his head seriously. "Not necessarily. That person is very cautious and careful. This kind of person generally lives a long time. Also, I always feel like there's something strange about him." "What's strange about him?" Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator daring to come here. If he's not tired of living, then he must have some kind of backing." "You mean, I'm afraid this person has some kind of extraordinary means, otherwise, his master wouldn't have let him come here for life experience." "Hey, who can enter this place without some kind of means? We should also be careful and try not to get into conflict with others." After Yang Kai separated from the two people from the Reflecting Moon Sept, he used his footwork to the fullest, and ran for more than 10 miles in a row. Along the way, he changed direction several times before suddenly turning around and flying to a large tree. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. It wasn't that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Moreover, this was also a test to see if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were the same on the surface, or if they were just hypocrites. After waiting in the tree for a long time, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of people following him. At that moment, he was sure that the two of them had no ill intentions towards him. All of them had the strength of Yuan Qi state. He was definitely a genius in the Reflecting Moon Sect, so if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Tai Su had said this before. If you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well join forces with them. Now, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were on Yang Kai's trusted list. If we are fated to meet again next time, Yang Kai didn't mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried to summon his 2 killing artifacts, but after some effort, he found that he really couldn't summon them here, as if they were really sealed inside his body. "Old demon!" Yang Kai called out. "Old servant is here." The old demon quickly replied. "Can you use the soul breaker ol?" "Sorry to disappoint, young master, I can't use it." Yang Kai secretly cursed this damned place. Even the soul breaker ol, an artifact that didn't belong to him, was sealed. Without the soul breaker ol, the old demon couldn't display any combat effectiveness, so this time it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Tai Su had given Yang Kai a universe bag before. There were a lot of good things inside. Before, Yang Kai hadn't had time to investigate, but now he finally had some free time. Taking out the small cloth bag from his chest, Yang Kai unsealed it and reached inside, immediately grabbing a lot of things. There were more than a dozen bottles of pills inside, most of which were used for healing, but there were also a few bottles of Yang attribute pills. This made Yang Kai very happy. Yang Kai secretly praised his grandmaster for treating him well. With these bottles of pills, he didn't need to worry about running out of Yang liquid. In addition to the pills, Yang Kai also found a dozen sets of clean clothes and a long sword. This long sword wasn't an artifact. It was just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it could be used in this place. However, Yang Kai hadn't learned any sword skills or martial skills. It was better to use it to fight with his bare hands. With his current strength, a long sword wouldn't be able to increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness in the slightest. After carefully putting away all the things, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree, rubbed his palms together, and excitedly embarked on his training journey. After an hour, Yang Kai encountered a 4th-grade monster beast. After using some methods to kill it, he quietly stood in place and waited. Sure enough, as he heard, when the monster beast died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh essence were gathering in a certain place in the air. Almost visible to the naked eye, the monster beast's body slowly dried up and sunk in, but the red energy that came out of its body grew more and more. The red light flashed, and after waiting for a while, a bright red bead about the size of a pea condensed. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The moment it formed, he grabbed it in his hand and felt it with his heart. He found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy wasn't too much, after all, it was only a 4th-grade monster beast, but it wasn't disappointing. He didn't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth were hidden in this world, but this kind of thing would happen after a living thing died. After putting away the blood bead, he lowered his head to look at the monster beast. He saw that the monster beast's body had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. Its essence was gone, and only dross was left. Yang Kai didn't know how much of an improvement this blood bead could bring to him. He was faintly looking forward to it, but it was obviously not a good time to refine and absorb it. With the harvest, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. This world was indeed a good place for a separation and reunion Yuan Qi cultivator to train. Yang Kai had only been here for a day, but he had already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts that were alone. They were all 3rd or 4th grade. He didn't spend much Yuan Qi, but the harvest was quite rich. The blood bead given by a 3rd-grade monster beast was much smaller than that of a 4th-grade one. It was obvious that the energy was insufficient. He also encountered a 5th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before he stopped himself from killing it. A 5th-grade monster beast was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if Yang Kai was lucky enough to kill it, he would have to use all his strength and be prepared to be injured. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to fight with a 5th-grade monster beast. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai killed the monster beast without any worries. When he was tired, he would find a relatively safe place to rest, recover his strength, and then continue hunting. In these 3 days, he didn't encounter a single person. It was no wonder that so many separation and reunion cultivators dared to come here. If it continued like this, even a cultivator at the Qi transformation stage wouldn't have to worry about anything, except that he had to be careful of the monster beast. 3 days later, Yang Kai was hiding in a jungle like a cat, secretly observing the situation in front of him. There were 2 4th-grade monster beast phantom lightning wolves in front of him. A fourth-grade monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the separation and reunion stage, which was equivalent to Yang Kai's current stage. If the two of them attacked together, Yang Kai might have some trouble dealing with them. But after thinking carefully for a long time, Yang Kai decided to take action. The monster beast he could deal with now was at most fourth grade. If he encountered two at once, there was no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed out of his hiding place and quickly approached the two phantom lightning wolves. Originally, Yang Kai's whole mind was focused on the two monster beasts, but who would have thought that halfway through, he would suddenly see traces of a person's shadow flashing not far from him from the corner of his eyes. His heart sinking, Yang Kai quickly glanced around and sure enough, about 1,000 meters away, there was a man in dark red robes hurriedly hiding himself. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai understood everything that had happened. The other person was obviously observing the two phantom lightning wolves in secret, just like him, but didn't find any traces of the other person. But coincidentally, he and the person on the other side had chosen to attack at the same time. Maybe it was because his speed was faster, so when he ran out, the other person had just appeared. And at this time, the other person had also discovered him, so he quickly hid back, hiding his body. But that person's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it was too late to retreat, the two phantom lightning wolves fixed their eyes on Yang Kai. They bared their fangs and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai complained in his heart. While thinking about how to deal with the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, he also thought about the identity of the person on the other side. After a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and quickened his pace. He pretended not to know anything and charged toward the two phantom lightning wolves. The two fourth-grade monster beasts were as fast as the wind, and electric arcs flickered on their bodies. As they ran, they separated into two groups, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai. The two monster beasts were obviously very experienced in hunting. They attacked from the left and right, and the gap between their attacks was perfect. Yang Kai hurriedly moved to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom lightning wolves. However, the other one bit his shoulder. A current flowed through his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a few times. He quickly circulated his yuan qi to dissolve the current. His muscles tightened, and he swept a punch at the phantom lightning wolf's cheek. Before it tore off his flesh, he sent it flying. The phantom lightning wolf let out a miserable cry and rolled a few times on the ground. Yang Kai didn't use his full strength in this attack, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing on the ground, the two phantom lightning wolves joined forces again, one on the top and one on the bottom. They roared and pounced toward him. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked the stomach of the phantom lightning wolf below him, sending it flying. He pushed the other phantom lightning wolf with both of his palms, blocking its attack. While the two monster beasts were still in a daze, Yang Kai bravely pounced on them, and the two phantom lightning wolves were locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if Yang Kai had used all of his abilities, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. However, since he knew that someone was spying on him, he had to put on a show and take precautions. Chapter 220. The battle with the two illusion lightning wolves could be described as extremely difficult and dangerous. Relying only on his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation and not daring to reveal all of his means, Yang Kai repeatedly fell into danger during the battle, but every time he miraculously turned the situation around. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope. The slightest mistake and he would be torn to pieces by these two monster beasts. Little by little, the momentum of the two monster beasts was worn down. Again and again, it took nearly an hour for Yang Kai to kill them one by one. His body was covered in blood, some from the illusion lightning wolves, some from himself. There were at least 7 or 8 wounds on his body, all caused by the 2 monster beasts. There was even a wound where some flesh had been torn off. The pain was excruciating, making him look very distressed. These wounds were not fake, they were real injuries. A 4th-order monster beast was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Yang Kai was able to suppress 2 opponents to this extent. He should be proud of himself. However, the hidden person was quite patient. When Yang Kai was fighting with the illusion lightning wolves, he never showed up, even until now. Yang Kai gasped for breath, quietly glanced over, then sat on the ground and assumed a posture of circulating his chi, waiting for the blood beads of the 2 illusion lightning wolves to condense. Perhaps Yang Kai's acting was too realistic. The hidden person finally made a move after confirming that there was no danger around. The rustling of footsteps approached, not hiding at all. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Looking up, he saw not far in front of him, there were 3 figures arrogantly walking towards him. All 3 were men, wearing dark red robes, looking very ostentatious. The leading man laughed unscrupulously. His laughter was loud and harsh, looking at Yang Kai with a playful expression. Yang Kai timely showed a look of panic, his eyes filled with hatred and annoyance, slowly getting up. He was on guard. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then circled around and surrounded him. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked in a deep voice. This small, unintentional action made him even more terrified. What an interesting question. The man who laughed before looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Can't you see what we mean? Yang Kai frowned and said, 2 blood beads. A few of his friends wanted it. Just take it and don't make things difficult for me. The man laughed coldly. What are 2 blood beads? Don't you know that the blood beads formed after a cultivator's death? Was the quality and level much higher than that of monster beast? Blood beads, we want your life. We want it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. Friends, you've gone too far. I am a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let this matter rest. Ha ha ha. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh again. If we were outside, I'm afraid we would have some scruples, but what kind of place is this? If you die here, no one will know that it was us who killed you. As soon as the man's voice fell, the panic on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He became ruthless and murderous, his yuan qi fiercely gushing out. He suddenly turned around, and a thin blade appeared in his right hand. He aimed at the neck of one of the men who had sneaked up behind him and didn't have time to make a move. These 3 people could be considered cautious. When they surrounded Yang Kai, they didn't immediately make a move. After all, their strength wasn't very high, and they hadn't reached yuan qi. Instead, one of them spoke to attract Yang Kai's attention, while the other one sneaked up to attack. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had already seen through their actions. He just pretended not to know and beat them at their own game. When the cultivator behind him was close enough, then he suddenly attacked. The sudden attack made the 3 people's faces change color. The man behind Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. The blood-red blade cut through his neck, and he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, a warm liquid rushed out uncontrollably. Yang Kai was as fast as the wind. After the blade made of yang liquid had cut through the man's neck, he crossed his feet and used his self-created footwork. Like a tiger hunting a leopard, he pounced in front of the second man. This person hurriedly counterattacked, and the sound of metal clashing rang out from his fist. His entire fist became golden and dazzling, and his momentum was heavy. Yang Kai directly threw the blade made of yang liquid at the man's fist. The man screamed as the blade stabbed into his fist. Blood flowed from his fist. While he was screaming in pain, Yang Kai bent down and fiercely punched him in the stomach. The yuan qi poured in like 3 waves. The man's face paled. Accompanied by 3 muffled bangs, he spat out blood and staggered back. Yang Kai's body was like a swallow, graceful and light. He jumped and flew to the man's shoulder. His legs clamped down on the man's head, and his body suddenly turned half a circle. With a crack, the second cultivator's neck was broken. In the battle that broke out in a flash, 2 of the 3 people were killed, and the remaining one was stunned. It wasn't until Yang Kai floated down from the air that he regained his senses. You! The cultivator's face was aghast. The sudden change shocked him, and Yang Kai's ruthless and cruel attack made him tremble in fear. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai said, "Friend, next time before you talk big, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Otherwise, you'll cut your own tongue." Looking at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, and feeling the violent and ferocious fluctuation of yuan qi, the man's face instantly turned pale. By now, how could he not see that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the 2 phantom lightning wolves? With his skills and surging yuan qi, if he really wanted to kill those 2 monster beasts, he wouldn't even need the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, he fought for about 2 hours. It was obvious that he was putting on a show for the 3 of them. "So you already knew that we were hiding?" The man's face suddenly turned cold. His 2 companions were killed in an instant. Although he was frightened, it also aroused his murderous intent and anger. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. TSK. You guys have a good plan, why can't I take advantage of it? Yang Kai laughed coldly. You deserve to die. The man roared again and again, fiercely activating his yuan qi. A large golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. He should have used some kind of martial skill, and this martial skill was definitely not a low-level one. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He no longer held back and activated the unyielding will. The already violent yuan qi became even more violent. His aura was strange and unchanging, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. His killing intent was limitless. The strength of peak separation and reunion boundary. The unyielding will had always been Yang Kai's trump card. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless necessary, so as to avoid being seen through and exposing his trump card. However, in this place, facing this kind of enemy, Yang Kai didn't want to hide anything. As long as he killed them all, there wouldn't be any worries in the future. Therefore, he could rest assured and boldly display his strongest strength to his heart's content. The opposite enemy's expression was once again aghast. Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength had caught him off guard, but there was no turning back. Holding the golden seal in one hand, he roared and attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid, his hand forming a claw, he grabbed the seal. His body shook slightly, after all, this was a martial skill, so it wasn't easy to block it. His opponent's mouth curled into a grin as he pushed his yuan qi even more fiercely. The true yang yuan qi in Yang Kai's body also suddenly burst out. The hot yuan qi poured into the seal, and within a moment, a crackling sound could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the seal as a result of the heat. The purity and density of Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi was no worse than an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. His opponent was only at the separation and reunion boundary 8 stage, his yuan qi hadn't been transformed into yuan qi yet. How could he be a match for Yang Kai? The cracking sounds continued without end. The opponent's face was pale, and he felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Friend, please be merciful. I am a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. I had eyes but failed to see before, so I offended you. Friend, master, please forgive this lowly one." Yang Kai sneered, the madness and bloodthirst in his eyes becoming stronger. I know you are a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Kai had no qualms about putting on a show to lure the three of them out. If they weren't wearing dark red clothes that exposed their identity, Yang Kai would definitely not take such a risk. The Golden Light Palace was only a third-class force. 3 of their disciples came this time, and they were all only at the separation and reunion boundary. This was something Ling Tai Su had told Kai Yang when they were at the lake. Voila! The sky was filled with golden light, and the seal of the Golden Light Palace disciple completely exploded. At this moment, he suddenly launched an attack. A sharp blade popped out of his sleeve, like a snake coming out of its hole, and went straight for Yang Kai's throat. His begging for mercy just now was just a pretense. His 2 junior brothers were killed, and the hatred between him and Yang Kai was irreconcilable. But this sharp blade didn't hurt Yang Kai. Halfway through, his movement stopped, and he looked down at his chest, only to see that Yang Kai's hand was inserted into his heart. His heart beat fiercely, and then there was no more movement. Yang Kai pulled out his hand, and blood spurted out. His expression was indifferent. He killed 3 people in one battle, all of whom were separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Defeating the strong with the weak, defeating the many with the few, Kai Yang had a new understanding of his true strength. After a while, the yuan qi and flesh essence of the 3 Golden Light Palace cultivator condensed into blood beads. Yang Kai stepped forward and collected them. He couldn't help but be surprised to find that these 3 blood beads were much bigger than the ones he had obtained before. They were the size of a thumbnail. The blood bead of a 4th stage monster beast was only the size of a pea, but the blood bead of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was so many times bigger. Without time to investigate carefully, Yang Kai collected the blood beads of the 2 phantom lightning wolves, and then searched the 3 of them for valuables, and hurriedly left the place. After a stick of incense, many monster beasts had gathered in this place. The smell of blood in the air was the light that led them here. At this moment, Yang Kai was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai had collected a lot of blood beads these days, so he wanted to find a safe place to refine and absorb them. Only in this way could his strength be improved, and he could deal with more powerful monster beast and enemies. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.